All right, y'all. This prison story / how to survive in prison is about young white boys, young weak white boys. Now, I got over 100 and something emails about this subject. You know, there's mothers that was writing me asking for advice about their son that is going to prison because they're young and white. And so I said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do a video of what to do, how to survive prison if you're young, white, and weak, right? So the very first thing that you should do when you get arrested off the bat and you know you about to go down that road or whatever, start working out. Start working out. Eat everything that you can eat. Now, if you get bonded out, and you don't got to stay in the county jail, look, man, go get a gym membership. Go get some training. Yeah, go get some training. Go try to find somebody that do MMA and they train you and teach you how to fight. I mean, that's the first thing you need to do. Train your body. You got to eat everything in sight. You got to, eat them carbohydrates, pasta, bread, peanut butter. You got to transform your body, man. You got to learn how to fight and work out, man. It's a must. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the first thing that guys look at when you come to prison is what you look at. Is what you look like. You come in there all short and look all scared and, you know what I'm saying, and all jittery. Cats going to get at you. Now, I know y'all hear that, it's don't judge a book by its cover. But in this case, in prison, people always judging by the book by its cover, right? And most of the time it is what it is. But sometimes in rare occurrences, that cat that you might think ain't nothing will be the one that'll put it on you. But before we even go on, I need for y'all to do me a favor. Okay. Y'all already know what time it is. I need for y'all to hit that like button if you have not hit the like button already. Okay. And also let your big partner Dante know where you are from. If you from Atlanta, you from New York, Philly, Detroit, Flint, Michigan. Look, if you in the Caribbeans, if you is in Hawaii, if you in London, if you in Europe, if you are in Antarctica, let me know where you from in the comment section. All right. But anyway, so yeah, that's my first thing, man. If you get bond, make sure if you just get some proper training and know how to fight, man. And if at best, learn how to choke somebody out. And the reason why I say that, because yes, a lot of guys, that's new to fighting or whatever, they don't know how to take a punch, right? Everybody know how to fight until they get punched in the face. You know what I'm saying? So of anything, learn some jujitsu of how to choke somebody out, because even if you can't, you know what I'm saying? If you can't punch somebody out, at least try to get behind them and choke them out. Just like me, for instance, right now, I probably got maybe 1 minute of a good fight inside of me. You know what I'm saying? So whatever I got to do, it got to be done right there in a minute. Because fighting at the age that I am now, at 37, I can't do what I used to do back in the day when I was in my 20s and teens. No. I ain't built like that. So you probably get a 1 minute fight out of me throwing hands. But before all that, I'm trying to go ahead and choke you out. I'm trying to put my arms around your neck and squeeze and take you to the ground and go ahead and get you up out of here. Right? That's how I'm rolling. So try to learn how to choke somebody out. All right. Now, if you find yourself locked up and you can't catch bond, or your charges is so serious and you white and weak, same rules apply, man. Eat everything in sight. You see, try to eat everything in sight. You got to get your weight up, man. Start doing them push-ups. Start doing them sit-ups, man. You got to build your body, right? Now let's get to more of the serious things, which the first thing was serious, but let's get more to the serious thing. Second thing, listen, mind your dang business. I'm going to say that again. Mind your business. Even though there's going to be people coming up to you, trying to feel you out, trying to see who you are, whatever, man, mind your business. And I know this kind of weird for me to say mind your business, because people going to try to make it their business to mind your business. But truth be told, it really all goes back to the first thing, man. You're going to have to fight. You're going to have to prove to these cats that, number one, that you ain't gay. Number two, that you ain't soft. And it's just going to be cats that's just going to want to just test you. And if you give a dude an inch, he going to take a whole mile. Case in point, when you get to the chow hall, right? Or the lunchroom or the mess hall, whatever y'all call it. If somebody asks you for anything off your tray, never just give it to them. Even if you don't want it. Always be like, well, I'll give you this for that. You know what I'm saying? Never give a man anything for free. Because best believe, ain't no man in prison gonna give you anything for free, because he gonna want something back. He gonna want something back. And sometimes, and there's sometimes, that whatever that a man give you for free in prison, he ain't gonna want what you know what I'm saying, what he gave. He gonna want something back. And like, what I mean by that, I mean your manhood. So always establish, if somebody is trying to offer you something, to give you something, make sure you know the terms and conditions and read the fine print. Okay, because let me put everybody up on some game. Ain't nobody in prison nice. Everybody got an end game. Everybody is plotting. Everybody's trying to get over on you. It's prison is just a military mind game of chess. I'm gonna go here. He gonna go there. It's just a back and forth mind game, right? Nevertheless, when you go to prison and you young, white, and weak, you just gotta, well, it's kind of even hard to say that, because now that I think about it, you're going to have to click up. Yeah, you're going to have to join a gang. You're going to have to join some type of organization. And I'm going to tell you why. Because depending on where you at, you know, depending on what prison you at, number one, you know, your own people going to approach you. You know, the whites is going to approach you, and they're going to be like, yo, who you running with? Right? And if you ain't running with nobody, so they're going to say, well, run with us. And what they doing is trying to offer you protection. Now, I'm going to be real with y'all. I'm finna break all this stuff down, right? Now, I'm not going to say all of these white prison organizations or gangs is like this, but some of them are. They can see the weakness in you. They can smell it from a mile away. And they'll have you do a couple of things. One of the things, they can make you a crash dummy or make you a torpedo. And what is that? A crash dummy or a torpedo? Now, this actually goes into all races, whether you black, white, Mexican, whatever. You get a lot of these cats that's in these gangs that'll let you join just for you to self-destruct. Meaning, just like this. So, a weak white boy that get picked up by one of these gangs or organizations, they might give him a sword of justice and tell him, yo, go over there and poke that black dude up. Now, the black dude that's about to get poked up is a real issue, a real problem that's in the way. And they really don't want to, you know what I'm saying, take him out, because it's going to cause a lot of friction and a lot of crazy stuff. Or they don't want one of their fellow comrades that done been putting in work and real respected. They don't want them to go to the hole or get hurt. So they're seeing you as a crash out or a torpedo to go put that work in, because they don't care about you. They know either you might get taken up out of here, you know, going to the upper room, or you're going to go to the hole, right? But mission accomplished. So that's another reason why, you know, I'll be like, no, you shouldn't join an organization or a gang if you ain't already a part of that. But at the same time, if you don't, then you on your own. Now you're going to be fooled, FOOD, for other races, for other gangs. Now it's a green light on you, because now it's like, yo, well, he ain't running with nobody. So what's stopping us from running in his cell, taking his food, taking his clothing, taking his commissary? And for them guys that like to indulge in homosexuality, what's stopping them from running into your cell and doing something to you demonic and deviant without no type of repercussions? So it's like a double-edged sword. Either you're going to join and click up, or you're going to, it's bad, man. One of my homeboys said this, and shout out to him. He know what he said. He know who told me this. He said, either you going to play ball or you going to become the ball. And we going to leave it at that. But, yeah, so, in my opinion, if you white and you weak, I would say check in, go to the hole, let the guards know that you fear for your life. I mean, because it kind of beats the alternative, especially if you got a year in a day. You don't want that year in a day turning into 20 years because you done joined the gang or organization. They done sent you out on a crash out mission where you done poke somebody up and they done lost their life. And now you done got 25 years added to your 1 year. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, I would just say, let's go ahead and check in, man. Go to the guards and let them know that you fear for your life. And, you want to go to the hole. I mean, yeah, you'll be isolated. Yeah, it'll be boring. And, you won't be able to, get a fresh air. You might get out one hour a week or whatever. But, you know what I'm saying? It beats the alternative of you losing your life for joining a gang and putting in some work that, you know what I'm saying, where a well-seasoned vet should have did. But, I ain't going to get all into them politics. But anyway, being white and weak in prison, you just got to know your role, man. You got to know your role. You got to know who to talk to, who not to talk to, when to, See, I don't want to paint this picture that, yeah, you might be able to just coast through and because you just stick to yourself and mind your business. If I was to tell you that, if you just go in there, and keep your head down and mind your business, that everything is going to be peachy, everything going to be peaches and cream, I'll be lying to you. Nah. Nuh-uh. Because I'm telling you, everybody wants something from somebody. And it's just like this. Now, when you got a cat in there that like men, it's the same protocol with these predators. Whether these dudes want to extort you or lay down with you. They like, okay, well, he ain't going to fight. So put it this way. So you got two cats. You got a white boy and you got a white man. The white boy is soft and weak. The white man, he going to put up a fight and he going to take care of his business. He going to go get a lock in the sock. He going to go put something in the sock and go upside your head with it. Or he going to pull out that thing and put it to your body. Right? A white boy just let it happen. So let's just say you get a booty bandit, right? That like white boys. Who you think he going to go after? You think he going to go after the white man that's going to buck, that's going to pull out a knife and possibly, put that knife on that man for trying to take his manhood? Or he going to be like, man, forget that. I'm going to go at this white boy that ain't going to fight back and let me do what I want to with no pushback. Of course, he's going to go to the lesser threat. And that just goes on with everything in prison. Whether you got a guy that's a bully, you think the bully just going to try to go against a white man that's going to buck on him, that's going to fight back, that might pull that knife out, or he going to keep going to that guy that just keep giving it to him, right? With no pushback, no fight, right? So that's really what it is. Now, keep in mind, now I know a lot of y'all done heard the theories where if you go in there and you fight, you know, you'll get respect. No, that ain't always the case. Like I said, in different prisons and different pods and different dorms, you'll be fighting in there every day of your life. There's cats in there that might just want to fight you and pick on you just for entertainment purposes, right? It's unfortunately, you know, some cats will step in, again, depending on the prison and where you at. They'll be like, all right, man, that's enough, man. He done proved himself. But then again, there's prisons that these dudes like, man, F him. F him. He gonna have to fight all his life. Why he up in here? He don't get no mercy. We all men in here. Y'all got to look at that too. It's just a sad reality, man. It's a crazy world. It is. Now, a lot of these things that I'm telling y'all, it is tailor-made for weak white boys, but this can be applied to all races. You know what I'm saying? Everything I'm telling y'all can be and should be applied to all races, because it typically goes the same way with all the races, but you know, there's slight variations of what I'm talking about. But yeah, if you short, white, and you weak, recap. If you catch bond, eat all the food that you can eat, work out, and get trained by a professional fighter. And if all things, learn how to choke somebody out, right? Number 2, I strongly say do not join the gang, because that can get you more time or get your life taken. I say go to the hole. Check in. Check in the hole, man. Go do your time in the hole. Because like I said, you don't want to get additional 25 years on top of your sentence or getting sent to the upper room for going on a mission for the gang. And especially if they put you on a crash out mission where they know that either you finna get taken up out of here or that opponent about to get taken up out of here. But either way, somebody about to go to the grave and somebody about to get 25 years added to their sentence. So in closing, because yes, y'all, we have came to the end. In closing, if you are a weak white boy, just don't commit no crime. Just don't. And with that, y'all, I done created a new channel where I do short horror stories, right? If y'all like that type of material, y'all make sure y'all click this video right here. It's going to take y'all to my other channel. Or if y'all don't see the video right here, I'm going to have the link to my other channel pinned at the top of the comment section. With that, y'all, be sure to hit the like button. Let me know where y'all from in the comment section. This is your big partner, Dante. I'm out. This prison story right here is about when the guards did me dirty. And when I said they did me dirty, they did your boy Dante dirty. They put a gay man in my cell. So let's get to the story, right? But before we get to the story, I need for y'all to do me a quick favor. Y'all already know what time it is. For all the ones that already know, y'all know what to do. For the ones that don't know what to do or hating or playing military mind games, I need for y'all to hit that like button. I need for you to share this video. Also, a quick update. I got the new business phone. I'm going to have the number pinned in the top of the comment section so y'all can get in contact with me if y'all need me to promote your business, your product, or your social media channels. It's right there. Right now, y'all, I'm running a $50 per video special. That's right, y'all. It only costs you $50 per video to get promoted by yours truly. All right, y'all. And with that, let's get back to the story. So I'm in the day room, right? And I heard about this gay dude named Peanut, right? Now, everybody been talking about Peanut because Peanut was one of them type of dudes that, you know, he was one of them type of gay guys that always was in drama. He always was in somebody's business. He had I guess a boyfriend up in there, whatever. This straight. Well, I can't even call him. He ain't straight. The dude was like, I guess the man in the relationship or whatever. He was a hitter. He was a killer, right? But they used to always get into it, and I used to wonder, like, you would see this dude. They called him Big George too, and Big George. He be knocking dudes out, running up on cats, shaking cats down. He was like zero tolerance, like zero nonsense. But when it came to Peanut, this dude always submitted. You know what I'm saying? It's like Peanut always brought out the bitch out of, Big George. It'd be like, he'd be like, baby, I'm sorry, baby. That, like, I don't know, man. It was really weird. But anyway. So we all in the day room, and like y'all know, every Tuesday we get new inmates that's coming in there. Now, y'all got to understand, yes, we get new inmates every Tuesday, but sometimes they not new inmates. Sometimes these guys is being, they rotate people from different pods. They rotate people from different dorms, right? And especially if you are a problem inmate, you understand? So Peanut was a part of this rotation. Right? And it was kind of like a Tom and Jerry thing with Big George and Peanut, right? Every time Peanut get moved on one side of the prison, George ended up trying to get moved to another on the same side to get next to Peanut, right? So anyway, here comes Peanut. Peanut comes strolling through. Now, at this time when you come in, right, as you a new inmate coming into any dorm or any pod or whatever, you got to line up. When you walk through the door, you got to go to the right and just line up right there so you can get your cell assignment. They typically already know what cell you're going into before you even get there, but sometimes the guards don't be doing their job, right? Now, I knew for a fact, now at this time, it was only 3 people that came in. It was Peanut, this white dude, and this black dude, right? So I knew that I was going to get one of these guys. I already knew it. I knew off the jump that one of these cats was coming in there. Little did I know, Peanut was going to get put in my cell. So as they doing inventory, because they do inventory right there in front of everybody, see what you got right there. So they doing inventory, and Peanut just keep looking back. He keep looking back, like rolling his eyes. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know how them cats do it. He just looking back at everybody, rolling, like smacking his mouth and all that. I'm like, man, look at this dude here, man. So the first guy, the white dude, he get his cell assignment first. And now my cell was up on the second tier, 3rd room from the stairs, right? So the white guy, he get his cell assignment. He goes to his cell. Right? So I said, okay, he got a cell right there. Then the black dude, he get his cell assignment, and he comes upstairs and he go to his cell. Now it's just Peanut left, right? And it's me and this other cat that don't got no cellmate. So, I'm getting nervous at this point. I'm like, man, hold up, man. I know, man, no, this ain't gonna happen. No, he ain't coming to my, that ain't happening. So you know what I do? I instantly go over there to the guard. I'm like, hey, listen, can I talk to y'all right quick? And they like, what's up? I said, hey, I need to talk to you over here. So he said, what's up? I said, listen, Peanut, Peanut can't come in my cell, man. He gonna have to go to another cell. He was like, hey, listen, Dante, you don't make the rules here. If you don't want him in your cell, and, you can go to the hole. Because, hey, I said, listen, man, there's another room open, man. He can go in that cell, man. But just, come on, man. Don't do me like that. He like, hey, listen, I ain't in charge of that. You're going to have to take that up with the sergeant, but you already know what the sergeant going to say. You can go to the hole if you don't want him in your cell. So I said, all right, man. So I walked off and I went to my cell, right? Now, in hindsight, y'all, I may have made a crucial mistake by even bringing light to the situation. Maybe if I didn't go down there running my damn mouth, the guards would have never put him in my cell. They wouldn't have never even had me in mind. You know what I'm saying? So I may have opened up a can of worms for even going down there trying to put him on somebody else. But and you know what? Time out. I already know how some of you busters is in the comment section. Y'all, I already knew what y'all gonna say. Y'all gonna like, oh, Dante faking. Dante wanted him in his cell. That's why he tried to do the reverse psychology of saying, oh, I don't want him in my cell, but really I do want him in my cell. So that way they'll put him in my cell. See, I know how y'all think. I know how you dudes think. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. I know I'm right. And y'all know I'm right. Because a lot of you cats out there, a lot of y'all be wanting to see me in a bad light. A lot of y'all want me to be in these messed up predicaments. But you know what? I got something for all of y'all. But we going to keep that on the hush. Anyway, so about 10 minutes later, here it go. Peanut right there in front of my door. And I'm sitting there on the bed and I'm looking at it. He just walked right in. I was like, oh, hell no. He was like, what? What you mean? Oh, hell no. You got a problem? I said, no, man, no, So I got up and I went to the left. Boom. It was two guards standing right there. One had a smirk on his face. I said, come on, man. Why would y'all do that, man? And I was like, hey, I told you, man, either go to the hole or you gotta, hey, that's just what it is. Now, keep in mind, y'all, I just came from the hole a whole month ago. And I was in there for 3 months. I'm not trying to go back to the hole. You can't get no commissary. You can't get on the phone but once a week, and that's only for 20 minutes, if that, right? They give you, man, I wasn't going back to the hole, and definitely not because of Peanut. You know what I mean? So I said, man, come on, y'all. Why y'all got to do me like that? Can I get out of this cell and cell up with the other guy that ain't got no cellmate? They're like, no, man. Hey, stay out of prison. You should never did what you did to get in prison. So you got to deal with the consequences. So I'm like, man. I said, all right, man. So I go back in the cell, and Peanut is sitting on my bed. I said, hey, man, you got to get up. He was like, well, I didn't know what bed was mine. I mean, they both was made up, and I didn't want to put my stuff up yet. I said, hey, man, won't you chill out, man? Why you got all that tone? Why you got all that attitude, man? He like, because I already see you talking about hell no and all of this, and you going out. I heard what you said, talking about you don't want me in your cell. If you don't want me in the cell, you can leave because I ain't going nowhere. I said, hey, man, listen, look, all right, look. You got the top bunk. I got the bottom bunk. Man, just stay out my way, man. So I walked out the cell. He was like, so he came out the cell and was like, what you mean? Stay out your way. What you mean stay out your way? I ain't do nothing to you. I'm tired of y'all so-called straight man always trying to dog me out, and y'all, you ain't gonna talk to me like I'm some type of bitch. You ain't gonna talk to me like I'm some type of bitch. I said, hey man, so at this point, y'all, when I say everybody in this pod is looking up here, everybody is looking up here, right? Looking right at us. So I said, you know what? I just walked off. So my homeboy Tar T rolled up on me. He said, man, Dante, what's going on, man? I said, man, they got Peanut in my cell, man. He was like, man, hey. I said, man, I know, man. I said, man, hey, this ain't gonna work, man. This ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work at all, man. That dude ain't stand. Dude ain't, man, no. Now, I know a lot of y'all is probably wondering, yo, Dante, why you so bent out of shape about Peanut being in your cell, man? Listen, man, out here in the real world, in the free world, that stuff might be acceptable to be around cats like that. But in the penitentiary, nah, that's a no-go. And I'm going to tell you why. Now, if you are a guy that rock and roll like that, you know what I'm saying, that's playing for the other side, you know, a resident of Solomon of Gomorrah. You know what I mean? And let me say that again. That might win over a couple of y'all heads. If you play military mind games like that, or you are a permanent resident of Sodom and Gomorrah, then yeah, go ahead. You can be in a cell with a cat like that. You can fraternize with a dude like that. You can walk the yard with dudes like that. You can even sit at the lunch table with dudes like that. Hell, you can be in a cell with a dude like that. But y'all see the problem here? Y'all see the problem? I'm not no resident of Sodom and Gomorrah. I don't play for the other side. I have no business conversating with this dude. I damn sure have no business being cellmates with this cat, right? So I'm like, man, this is a bad look. Now, I know a couple of y'all might be thinking like, oh, Dante homophobic. No. I ain't homophobic. I'm not. I'm really not, because I know what y'all thinking. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not. I'm going to tell y'all. See, in prison, it's like this. I truly believe that birds of a feather flock together. And what I mean by that is, let's say you a new inmate and you out here hanging with all these gay guys and you not gay. What do you think other men is going to think? And I know some of y'all going to say, well, we adults, you shouldn't care what other men think about. Oh, yes, you see. Y'all keep forgetting. This is prison. Hey, it's a really weird world inside of a world that we call the terror dome. So birds of a feather flock together. And what happens is, if other cats see you rocking and rolling and, conversating and walking the yard and being friendly with this guy, they going to automatically think like, yo, he must be gay too. He must, either be on the low or he down with it. And then you'll get cats in secret that'll roll up on you and, try to put down on you and be trying to, make you their prison wife in sort of sense. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said, and then, cats in prison, they gossip. They gossip like a mug. You give somebody one little inch, they'll take a whole foot. You know what I'm saying? So you just got to check all that, man. You just got to be careful and I guess that goes with, conversate with gang members too. If you ain't a gang member, you just got to watch the company that you keep, and that's all I'm saying. And gay guy, nah. But anyway, so I'm sitting down there, and you just hear him. You hear him up there singing, right? And this man, I ain't gonna lie, Peanut did have a voice on him. I ain't gonna hate on him. It's a lot of bad stuff that I could say about Peanut, but he could sing. And he was singing Beauty and the Beast. Y'all remember Beauty and the Beast, the Disney cartoon? I hear him, he like, tell as old as time, something it can be, just a little chance, something, Beauty and the Beast. I said, what the I said, man, okay, yeah, this definitely ain't gonna work, man. So you hear cats like, hey, man, keep singing. They was making a joke out of it. And all I'm thinking is, cats looking at me like, man, hey, you got to deal with this. I say, you know what? Nah, no, no, ain't no way. So I roll up there, right? And as soon as I hit the door, he got a sheet up. He got a white sheet up. Now, keep in mind, y'all, Peanut is not new to prison. Peanut, he been down for at least 6 years by now. So he know how to, jail. He know how to convict. You know what I'm saying? He know how to move around in the cell. So when you got a white sheet up, you know what I'm saying? You want your extra privacy. Now, I don't know what Peanut was doing behind that white sheet, but when I hit the cell and it was up, I instantly turned around and walked the other way, right? Because I didn't want to see what Peanut was doing. Peanut was just singing. and Peanut got the white sheet up. So I said, you know what? I'm going to have to let Peanut know right now, because what I was thinking Peanut was doing, I thought Peanut had somebody in the cell. I thought somebody done ducked off in the cell with Peanut, right? And I wasn't going for that at all, negative. So I tell him, I peeked my head back around the corner. I said, hey, Peanut, man, is somebody in the cell with you? He was like, nah, ain't nobody in here, man. I'm changing my clothes. What, you want to see something or something? I said, hey, man, listen. I said, hey, check this out, Peanut. Look, you ain't about to play with me like that, man. He like, ain't nobody playing with you. I can't be in the cell. This is my home, too. I said, listen, Peanut, don't have nobody in the cell. Do not have nobody in this cell, man. Whatever you got going on, or you know what I'm saying? Man, go to the shower or whatever, man. Don't. I said, you know what? You got it. You got it, Peanut. This ain't gonna work out. So I go back down to the control booth. I said, hey, listen, y'all. I can't be in the cell with this dude. He just doing too much. And I know the alternative. I'm gonna have to go to the hole until y'all find me a cell assignment. But there's another cell that's open. Can I just go in there, man? Because I won't be able to survive the night with this dude, man. They like, listen, Donta, I said, listen, there is another cell that's open. Can y'all just put me in there? Y'all can leave him in there. I'm good. I'm good with that. They said, well, we can't move you right now. So, this ain't Burger King. You can't have it your way. But we'll let the shift commander know, and we'll, put that order in for you to get moved tomorrow. So I said, all right, man. So I go back upstairs and I go to the cell. Peanut is not in there. I don't even know where Peanut went, right? So Peanut got all this stuff neatly on the desk. Now there's one thing I can say about Peanut. Peanut was like a cleaning guy. He was like what is that word when you got to make sure everything is right? You got to make sure I forgot the name of that word. But anyway, he them type of guys that got to have the label showing and everything got to be in order. I cannot think. I see it in my brain, but I can't. Dang, I forgot that word. But anyway, but that's why Peanut was, right? So Peanut, I'm laying down and I said, you know what? Peanut might not be a bad cellmate. Well, I'm going to talk to this guy when he get back. So I lay down and I just doze off, right? I don't know, was I tired that day? I don't know if, me dealing with Peanut in our first initial meet, had me tired out or whatever, pause. But, I was tired. I was so tired that I went to sleep for 3 hours. And when I woke up, the cell door was closed and the lights was off in the main tier, meaning we are on lockdown for the night. And that means Peanut is on the top bunk. So my anxiety started rising. And I said, hey, man, you up there? He said, yeah, I'm up here. I said, dang, how long was I asleep? He was like, I don't know, maybe like 2 hours or something. I don't know. I said, oh, okay. Peanut was like, you want something to eat? I said, do I want something to eat? He said, yeah, I made me a cook-up. You want something to eat? I said, nah, I'm okay. And he was like, Mo be fun. I said, what? He said, I said, Mo be fun. More for me. I said, oh, okay. Now, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. Whatever Peanut made up there was smelling good. Yeah, I ain't gonna front, y'all. Whatever Peanut made up there, that was smelling good in the mug. So, I rolled up out the bed and I went to the sink to get some water. And I said, man, what you got up there? It was like, oh, I made me some chili. I said, what you put all up in there? He was like, well, I got the summer sausages in there. I got the chili. I got some onions. I said, wait, where you get some onions from? He said, man, I get everything and anything I want in here. I said, oh, so you got a little plug in the kitchen or something? He was like, yeah, of course I do. I get anything I want. I said, well, shoot, let me get some of that chili. He was like, oh, I thought you ain't want none. I said, nah, man, sure, I ain't gonna lie, man, chili do smell good. So he hopped off the bunk, and he went to his cooler, and he put me some in a bowl. So I said, man, Peanut, man, what you do to get up in here, man? It was like, man, my brothers, whatever, they was robbing banks, and I was the getaway driver, and, well, I'm here. That's basically, I was just a getaway driver. I said, hey, let me ask you a question, Peanut. Was you always like that? Like, was you always, gay? He was like, yeah, I always been gay, but, I mean, do that matter? I said, no, I ain't saying that in a disrespectful way. I'm just curious, like, have you ever been straight? He was like, I don't really want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I said, oh, okay. So I said, all right. I said, well, man, this Jake Mac is really good, man. I said, how you learn how to do these cook-ups like this? He was like, man, I don't know. I just knew how to cook. My grandmother taught me how to cook. So, I mean, it's not really that hard. It just needs, a couple of seasonings and vegetables, and I put onions and everything. I said, oh, okay. So at this point, y'all, I'm thinking to myself, like, you know what? Peanut is not really even that bad. Yeah, Peanut is drama filled, and Peanut always keeping up drama and stuff like that. But you know what I'm saying? Peanut was like a human being. You know what I'm saying? And then for a minute, as me and Peanut was talking, I forgot that Peanut, was, one of them type of people or whatever. So we just talking, and I'm like, all right, man, I'm about to go to sleep. So about 10 minutes to go by, and Peanut was like, hey, can I talk to you? I said, what's up? He was like, when you asked me, was I always gay? I didn't really want to talk about it, but, why not? I said, what's going on? He was like, well, okay. So when I was 8 years old, if there was a church that was right next door to me, and, I used to go to the church. And basically one day, the pastor, I can't say the word, y'all, due to YouTube policies and regulations, but he said that the pastor basically, took advantage of him. And he said basically this went on for like a whole month when he was 8 years old. And he said that eventually his mama found out what was going on or whatever. And, she was a member of the church. And I guess they just swept it under the rug. Yeah, they just swept it under the rug. And, Peanut didn't get no therapy. Peanut didn't get no counseling. So this pastor, this so-called man of God, ended up taking advantage of Peanut, and he just basically got turned out in that way. And so when he's telling me this, now I'm kind of feeling bad. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling bad for Peanut at this point, because I'm thinking like, Peanut, I didn't know that happened to Peanut. I'm thinking Peanut was just like that from the get-go. You know what I'm saying? But I guess a lot of these guys that end up like Peanut is because somebody did something to them at a young age. I guess trauma. They never heal from their trauma, and you know what I'm saying? And so nowadays, that's why I be kind of like, I don't be so judgmental about these type of cats, because all these dudes got a story. You know what I'm saying? So I felt real bad when Peanut said that, man. And I didn't say anything. So I said, yeah, that's messed up, bro. So Peanut was like, yeah, well, that's history. I said, what's up with that pastor though? Is he still alive or whatever? He said, yeah, he's still alive. And I'm going to kill him when I get out. I said, what? He said, yeah, I already made my mind up. I already made my peace with God. When I get out of here, I'm going to kill him. I said, oh, okay. All right. So when Noel Martinez walked into the booty bandit's cell, he told him, take your pants off, pull your drawers down, lay on your stomach on this bed. Then Noel Martinez was like, please, you said you won't hurt me. You said you won't force me to do anything. And then Donovan Bradshaw, the booty bandit, was like, lay down on that bed right now.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
This prison story is about this booty bandit by the name of Donovan Bradshaw that went to war over his prison wife. Now, a lot of y'all are going to say, wait a minute, his prison wife. Well, it wasn't no female up in there, so obviously his wife was another man. You see, Donovan Bradshaw, let me give y'all the backstory of Donovan Bradshaw and how he even got to prison. But before we do that, I need for y'all to hit the like button immediately. That's mandatory. I need for y'all to let me know where y'all rocking with me from. You know, put your city there, put your state there, or put your area code there, right? And also, listen, I bought a new phone number for the audience for y'all to get in contact with me for promotions, right? I'm gonna drop that phone number in the comment section so y'all can get in contact with me. If y'all want to do business with me or whatever the case is, get in contact with me. I'm gonna have the number pinned in the comment section. Also, I created another channel where I'm putting my movies on and my skits on. So I'm gonna have that link pinned in the comment section too, okay? So let's get to the story. So anyway, you know, Donovan Bradshaw, this was his backstory. Donovan Bradshaw was a womanizer. He wasn't a pimp. He was the type of dude that would get with women that got kids, and if they daddies or baby daddies is not in the, you know, kid's life, he was basically a predator. Now, he got locked up for sexual assault on a minor, but he claims that it wasn't true. But let me give y'all his story. So anyway, Donovan Bradshaw would meet this woman named Tina. Tina has 5 daughters. And, you know, Tina stayed in the projects, and, you know, Donovan was just out and about. You know, the projects that they stayed in, he would frequently be out there because he knew people out there. And, you know, Tina didn't look too bad at all. As a matter of fact, Tina, she was kind of cute. And so it was only natural that Donovan would step to her. So, you know, I guess they talking whatever, and she telling, you know, Donovan, like, I got 4 baby daddies, and none of them in my life or their kids' life. Yeah, I got them on child support and all that or whatever. And basically, after 2 weeks of talking or dating or whatever, he moves in. So Donovan would eventually become a disciplinary with the daughters. You know, these girls is from the age of like 4 years old to like 16. And Donovan was talking to them like, you know, he was their daddy or something. And so they bucked on him. And one day, the 15-year-old and I believe the 12-year-old told their mama that Donovan would walk in on them while they getting out the shower. Donovan, when she's gone, Donovan would leave his door open while he watching, you know, PORN and playing it loud or whatever. He would do stuff like that. And now I don't know if it's true or not, but this is what was in the complaint. Things of that nature. So, like a good mother, she called the police. They did an investigation. And well, Donovan ends up in the penitentiary. So now we here in the pen. So Donovan, he felt like, he's telling everybody he didn't do this or whatever. But, cats ain't trying to hear it. And there's dudes that's trying to get at him because he got these bad charges. So with these bad charges, dudes is trying to fight him, dudes trying to extort him, but he ain't going for it. He ain't having none of that, right? And, a lot of people got this misconception that just because you got bad charges, you gonna have a bad time in prison. That's not necessarily true. And I'm gonna tell y'all why. Because Donovan was one of them type of guys that, he was gonna fight. And he was gonna get that knife and put it to work if you step to him. And, I guess you gotta weigh out your options. Do I, try to hurt Donovan or confront Donovan, for his charges and risk Donovan end up, putting a knife on you? Or do you just let him live and stay out his way? I mean, either way, Donovan didn't care. So I'm going to say like the 4th month in is when I met Donovan. And at this time, I didn't know who he was. I just know one of my homeboys, pointing him out on the yard and was like, hey, yeah, that guy right there, dude right there. I say, yeah, he like, yeah, that dude, he in here for violating girls or whatever. And, he came to tell me the story about what happened. And I'm like, why is he just walking around like that? Like, he said, man, cause he just one of them dudes, man. He just one of them dudes. He don't, what I'm saying? I said, okay. And, he was like, also, word is, he out here like punking dudes. I said, what you mean punking? He said, well, the other night, there was this dude, this little Mexican dude that came in here by the name of Noel Martinez, little short dude. I said, okay. He said, well, this dude named Noel Martinez came in here and, Donovan ended up getting him put in a cell with him. I said, okay. And he said, well, long story short, Donovan Bradshaw ended up boofing Noel Martinez in the butt. I said, what? He said, yeah, Noel Martinez got boofed in the butt by Bradshaw. So I said, damn. And he was like, oh, there go Noel Martinez right there. There you go right there. So I see this short, stubby guy, Mexican dude walking. And he walks up to Donovan and was like, he said something to him. And Donovan back smacked him like, boom. He smacked him in the face. And Martinez just ran off. I said, dang. I said, oh, okay. So nothing eventful happened, after that I can really speak on. But 2 days later, this is where everything kicked off. You see, the dude, Noel Martinez, that got boofed in the butt by Donovan, he had a man. That's right. I don't know exactly was, Noel Martinez gay on the streets or whatever. And I don't know, was it consensual between Donovan and, when Donovan boofed him in the butt or whatever? I don't know, was that consensual or not? But Noel Martinez had a man on the street. And he ended up coming in there. So I don't know what Noel Martinez charges was. It probably was on some creepy shit anyway, because dude just looked really weird, right? But his man ended up getting locked up and coming in there. And this is where it gets crazy. So you got this big old Mexican dude, right, that come in there. And they called him Blue Blanco. right? I believe it's, he's a part of some type of gang or whatever. And, but he had no numbers. Matter of fact, he was like the only guy that was in the gang that he was in on his yard or whatever. But he was a big dude, right? He was this Mexican dude was like 6'1". You know, he wasn't an average built Mexican. Dude was like 6'1", maybe 250, 260, all muscle, right? And he come in there and it's like, he instantly was asking around. Like, yo, now it's 4 yards in this prison. It's A yard, B yard, which was the yard that me and Donovan and this dude named Noel Martinez, the gay Mexican. And then you got C yard and D yard. And you can see 1 yard right here, 1 yard right there, 1 yard right, like a square, right? So he's over there asking people like, yo, have y'all seen Martinez? Have y'all seen Noel? And that's my guy, that's my man or whatever. And cat's like, yeah, I think he over there is C yard or B yard, whatever. So he ended up coming to the fence right quick, and Donovan come to the fence. You know, Blue Blanco and Donovan meet up at the fence. And he tell him like, hey man, I heard you was looking for Martinez. And he was like, you know, Blue Blanco was like, yeah, that's my guy, that's my man. And he was like, well, that's over with, cause he with me now. So Blue Blanco was like, hey, hold on, let me tell you something. He was speaking like, he had that heavy accent. I can't really do it right now cause I got a cold. But, you know, Blue Blanco was telling Donovan like, yo, that was my man in the streets. You know, I'm only here because of him. You know, I couldn't make it without him out there in the free world. So I'm here. And you know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'm here now and I'm finna get him sent over here with me. So Donovan was like, hey, I don't know what you on. I don't know what you think you doing, but I've been here for 4 years already and he's mine. So at this time they shouting back and forth, you know, to each other. Noel done came out and he done ran back into the building because I guess he seen Blue Blanco or whatever. And, you know, at this point, the guards is like, y'all, get away from the fence, get away from the fence. So Blue Blanco and Donovan, they like, all right, we gonna see, right? So later on that night, I hear the conversation because I was 4 cells down. And, you know, in prison, when drama start happening, it gets real quiet. You know, men gossip worse than women out here in the streets and in prison. So when you hear drama unfolding, everybody gets quiet. Everybody get quiet, right? So I hear Noel Martinez. He like, listen, so yeah, that was my man on the street, but I'm with you now. And you know, Donovan like, well, listen, he talking about that he wants you back and all this and that. You know, y'all some real soap opera stuff, y'all. So Noel Martinez like, man, listen, I don't want to be with him because he was abusive. You know, he the one that turned me out, you know. So he was like, so like, what's up with, I mean, what's up with this name Blue Blanco? What's up with all that? He like, yeah, they used to call him Blue Blanco out there in the streets. That's his street's name, Blue Blanco. But, you know, he was abusive and he actually was the one that turned me out. And, you know, I never wanted to be turned out, but, you know, it just happened that way, you know. And, you know, Donovan was like, listen, I need for you to swear to me right now. Swear to me right now that you're not going to try to get back with him because I'm going to go to war for you. I'm going to pick this knife up and I'm going to make arrangements to get at Blue Blanco. And he like, well, so Noel Martinez was like, well, I don't really want you to hurt him. You know, just let him be. I'll talk to him. So Donovan is like, what you mean don't hurt him? What, you still got feelings for him or something? He like, no, it's not that. It's just, I don't want nobody to get hurt behind this. Let me just talk to him, please. So Donovan was like, so you basically telling me that you want to go talk? What if he do something to you? What if he put his hands on you? Then I'm going to have to be forced to do something. So Noel Martinez like, listen, just let me talk to him. So then Donovan raised up on him, right? He raised up on him and he like, you ain't talking to nobody. Boom, smacks him. Snapped Noel Martinez right in the face, right? So he like, please don't hit me. Don't hit me, please. I told you Blue Blanco used to hit on me. Blue Blanco used to beat me too. Please don't hit me. You said you'll never hurt me. So Donovan was like, I told you. You ain't gonna talk to him. And if I ever catch you talking to him, if I even get word of a whisper that you were talking to him, I'm gonna take you out of this world. I'm gonna take you out this world. Do you understand me? So everybody just listening. Everybody's ears is peered to the cell door, right? We all listening, right? So he said, yeah, I'm sorry. So then he said, get up in the bed right now and lay on your stomach, right? And then you just hear Noel Martinez like, yes, daddy, yes. Now, due to YouTube policies, I'm not going to tell y'all what took place when Noel Martinez laid on his back. What took place in that cell, we had to listen to for the last 20 minutes. Well, I end up doing like this, putting my fingers in my ears like this. But the things that they was in there doing in that cell is the reason why God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, this is the reason why our Lord Jesus Christ destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, of what they was in there doing. So at this point, it's, I'm gonna say like 4 o'clock in the morning, right? And you got the deputies coming through doing a walkthrough, right? Because we about to get up for first movement in 2 more hours, which is at 6 o'clock, right? So I'm already up, right? Because what they was doing, and then the little nasty smells that come from that, man, it'll keep you up, man. So the guard come through and he, with the flashlight checking to make sure everybody in their cells. And he like, man, get up out that bed. Get out that bed, man. What are y'all doing? Get out that bed now. So apparently Noel Martinez and Donovan Bradshaw is together. They hold each other in the bed or whatever. So the guard buck on them, tell them like, yo, get up out of there. So they get up, the Martinez get up, and he hop on the top bunk, and that's that. So first movement call, right? First movement come. And so when first movement come, you have to be out your cell standing right there in front, right? You have to. Now, on the weekends, you can be in your bed, but you got to be up and let's like acknowledge like you here, whatever. But through the weekday, man, you better be outside that cell or you will be locked in your cell all day. It happened to me before, right? So we all had to come out of our cell for count, right? On the first movement, whatever. So after that, we all go back in there, right? And they say, I hear like 10 minutes later, after count, we all went back to our cells. You hear them arguing again. And he was like, Noel Martinez was like, listen, I just don't want nobody hurt, man. I don't want to hurt. Please, just please. I just want to talk to him. And Donovan again, right, was like, if I have to tell you one motherfucking time, and you just hear smack, smacking him up, right? And then everything got quiet. You hear Noel Martinez whimpering at this point, right? So then a guard come to the cell like, what's going on? Now at this time, I guess Noel can't even hide his face because it's red. It's really red. So Donovan like, man, ain't nothing going on. And Noel was like, yeah, ain't nothing going on. He said, what happened to your face? This is what the guard said to Noel Martinez. He said, what happened to your face? He was like, and he was like, no, come on, let's go. So Donovan was like, what you mean, let's go? Ain't nothing happen. Ain't nothing going on. He's like, no, man, come on, let's go. You got to go. Come on, let's go. Pack it up. So he took Noel Martinez to the shift office, and whatever they discussed, we ain't see Noel Martinez again, right? So after that, everybody wondering like, yo, what happened? What the heck happened to Noel, right? So then, first yard, right? This was around 1 p.m. First yard. Guess who we see on the other side of the yard? It's Noel Martinez, and he's walking the yard with Blue Blanco. So, like I said, y'all, prison got a lot of drama, lots of drama, a whole lot of drama, right? So everybody just looking like, man, okay. When Donovan come out here and see that, Donovan gonna flip, right? So 10 minutes later, here come Donovan. And Donovan asks people like, hey, man, have y'all seen Martinez? Y'all see Martinez? And Cat's like, yeah, man, he over there on D yard, man. He like, what? So he hurry up and hit the fence. And he like, Noel. Hey, Noel. So Blue Blanco hears this and tell Noel to like stay back. I'm finna go talk to him, right? So Blue Blanco hit the fence, and he like, man, what is going on, right? And Donovan like, hey, man, tell Noel, and this for you too. When I see you, it's that. All right, we all listening, right? Oh, he said, yeah, I'm sorry. So then he said, get up in the bed right now and lay on your stomach, right? And then you just hear Noel Martinez, like, yes, daddy, yes. Now, due to YouTube policies, I'm not going to tell y'all what took place when Noel Martinez laid on his back. You know, what took place in that cell, we had to listen to for the last 20 minutes. Well, I end up doing like this, putting my fingers in my ears like this. But the things that they was in there doing in that cell is the reason why God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, this is the reason why our Lord Jesus Christ destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, of what they was in there doing. So at this point, it's, I'm gonna say like 4 o'clock in the morning, right? And you got the deputies coming through doing a walkthrough, right? Because we about to get up for first movement in 2 more hours, which is at 6 o'clock, right? So I'm already up, right? Because what they was doing, and then the little nasty smells that come from that, man, it'll keep you up, man. So the guard come through, and he, with the flashlight checking to make sure everybody in their cells, and he like, man, get up out that bed. Get out that bed, man. What is y'all doing? Get out that bed now. So apparently Noel Martinez and Donovan Bradshaw is together. They holding each other in the bed or whatever. So the guard buck on them, tell them like, yo, get up out of there. So they get up, Martinez get up, and he hop on the top bunk, and that's that. So first movement call, right? First movement come. And so when first movement come, you have to be out your cell, standing right there in front, right? You have to. Now, on the weekends, you can be in your bed, but you got to be up and let's like acknowledge like you here or whatever. But through the weekday, man, you better be outside that cell or you will be locked in your cell all day. It happened to me before, right? So we all had to come out of our cell for count, right? On the first movement, whatever. So after that, we all go back in there, right? And they say, I hear like 10 minutes later, at the count, we all went back to our cells. You hear them arguing again. And he was like, Noel Martinez was like, listen, I just don't want nobody hurt, man. I don't want to hurt. Please, just please. I just want to talk to him. And Donovan again, right, was like, if I have to tell you one motherfucking time, and he just hear smack, 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 smacking him up, right? And then everything got quiet. You hear Noel Martinez whimpering at this point, right? So then a guard come to the cell, like, what's going on? Now at this time, I guess Noel can't even hide his face because it's red. It's really red. So Donovan like, man, ain't nothing going on. Ain't nothing going on. And Noel was like, yeah, ain't nothing going on. He said, what happened to your face? This is what the guard said to Noel Martinez. He said, what happened to your face? He was like, and he was like, no, come on, let's go. So Donovan was like, what you mean, let's go? Ain't nothing happen. Ain't nothing going on. He's like, no, man, come on, let's go. You got to go. Come on, let's go. Pack it up. So he took Noel Martinez to the shift office, and whatever they discussed, we ain't see Noel Martinez again, right? So after that, everybody wondering like, yo, what happened? What the heck happened to Noel, right? So then, first yard, right? This was around 1 p.m. First yard. Guess who we see on the other side of the yard? It's Noel Martinez, and he's walking the yard with Blue Blanco. So, like I said, y'all, prison got a lot of drama, lots of drama, a whole lot of drama, right? So everybody just looking like, man, okay. When Donovan come out here and see that, Donovan gonna flip, right? So 10 minutes later, here come Donovan. And Donovan asked people like, hey, man, have y'all seen Martinez? Y'all see Martinez? And Cat's like, yeah, man, he over there on D yard, man. He like, what? So he hurry up and hit the fence. And he like, Noel. Hey, Noel. So Blue Blanco hears this and tell Noel to like stay back. I'm gonna go talk to him, right? So Blue Blanco hit the fence, and he's like, man, what is going on, right? And Donovan like, hey, man, tell Noel, and this for you too. When I see you, it's that.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Welcome to another episode of Donta's Storytime. Make sure y'all hit the like button, leave a comment, and share this video. Let's get to it. Imagine getting a call from a prison where your loved one is currently being held at. And the administration tells you, we regret to let you know that your loved one has passed away due to an injury. And then they hang up the phone. So you get to call in other family members saying, hey, so-and-so passed away, so-and-so died. They ask you, like, what happened? You don't know, right? Nobody has an answer. Then you get a call from an inmate, and the inmate tells you, hey, this was what really happened. I don't want to say my name or nothing, but this is what happened. Your loved one got stabbed in the neck with a chicken bone over some damn Christmas cookies. So one would say, huh? Chicken bone, Christmas cookies? Oh, yeah. So let's start this story. But before we start this story, I need for y'all to do your big partner Dante a favor. Y'all already know what time it is. I need for y'all to hit that like button, share this video, and let your big partner Dante know where you from in the comment section. Okay, I need to see how far my reach is on YouTube. We got people from Michigan all the way to London that be tuning in. So y'all let me know where y'all from. hit the like button, share the video, and let's get to it. So this happened back in 2010 when I first did my first bid. Now, this was around the holidays, so I got to give y'all a little backstory of what was going on before we get to the actual incident. So in December, the Salvation Army, the local Salvation Army, they start doing like a bake sale. And when they do their bake sale, they have so much cakes, cookies, pies, all that stuff left over. So much. So they donate it to the prison, right? Now, there was this old, sweet old white lady that really baked a lot of cookies. And, you know, it was rumored that she just had such a great big heart that she overly made cookies just for us inmates or whatever. When I say she overly, you talking about maybe, well, let me try to break this down. You got probably, let's say, 3,000 inmates, right? And in this bag that we would get, it'd be about 15 sugar cookies in there, right? Or shortbread cookies. And everything was good. So you talking about, if we all got 15 of these cookies, and it's about 3,000 of us, let's do the math. So 3 times 15 is 60. So you talking about 60,000 cookies that this woman would make around the holidays. Shout out to that sweet, sweet old granny that was making them cookies. Bless her heart. So anyway, you know, we would get these cookies a day before Christmas. Now, this is how this go. Normally around this time, around Christmas time, they would give us chicken on the bone, right? But after this incident, we didn't get no more chicken on the bone. They just started giving us like chicken breasts. So for the holidays, you know, you will get a tray. You get the holiday tray. You get it for Christmas Eve and you get it for Christmas. So on this tray, you know, they cater out. They show love. They'll give us like real dressing, macaroni and cheese, a baked potato. They'll give you bone-in chicken. It's a whole host of things that they give us. Then, you know, some of the cool guards would come in with leftover food or whatever from the holidays and bring that in too. They give us honey ham, all that. So, but on a basic tray around them times, you would get a piece of honey ham, turkey, dressing, macaroni and cheese, a roll, and I believe mashed potatoes and gravy. So that's a decent tray. Now, I bring up the cookies because the cookies usually will be a equivalent of the tray, right? So you got cats in there that's making deals. That this deals already being struck. Deals is already being made. But at this particular time, this was on the 23rd. And so on the 23rd, everybody knew. Just like I told y'all, every Friday, it's Burger Friday. Shout out to Jackson Pike, the workouts. Y'all know what time it is, 614 Columbus, Ohio, right? So everybody know every Friday is Burger Friday. But for this Friday, it was bone-in chicken because it was the holidays, and on the 23rd, they were showing love. So everybody was running around striking deals, you know, because bone-in a chicken day, pause, is like, you look forward to that, right? So anyway, everybody running around striking deals. Let me get this tray. I give you this breakfast tray. I give you all my breakfast trays for this week. Me, I didn't really get involved in that stuff. I did when it came to Burger Friday because I used to love them fries. But, you know, at this particular time, I knew better not to get involved in the trades because dudes like to play games. Dudes get amnesia sometimes. You'll get a cat that will sell his bag of cookies, right, for a tray, then turn around and sell that same bag of cookies to 2-3 other people, and then check in a hole. You see what I'm saying? Or vice versa, you would get a cat that would sell his tray to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people and get about 7 bags of cookies and then go check in a hole, right? And there's nothing you can do about it. So now we reached where we about to get to the story. I know it seemed like Dante, but now the story is about to begin. So now you got this dude named Ebon, right? The guy in the thumbnail, this dude name is Ebon. Yeah, that's E-B-O-N-D. His real name is Eric Bond, but we call him Ebon for short. So Ebon, he came from Texas, right? Ebon is in here for grand larceny and grand theft auto. See, Ebon on the street, he was a car thief. Yeah. Ebon was out there stealing foreign cars and, taking the VIN numbers off, scratching the VIN numbers off and putting new VIN numbers in there. And he had like this, what is that website? I think it's called Turo or something like that. But this one, Turo, was in its earliest days where you can rent cars. You know what I'm saying? Turo is a place where you can get cars and just rent them out. But what Ebon would do, he would actually rent cars, take the trackers off, and then put it on Turo and make his money like that, or just sell the cars on the street, right? He had a chop shop. But he ended up getting caught, and now he is in MDOC prison system with old Dante, right? So Ebon, he come in there, and he had a way about himself. You can tell like this dude was one of them weasel type dudes, one of them dudes that just always would try to get over on you. You know what I'm saying? Like he always plotting. He always scheming. Always, you give him a little inch, he'll bust it open and take a whole mile, right? Pause. I know that was a big pause moment. That might be a double pause. But that's Ebon, right? So fast forward, it's the 23rd, right? And we get the bone-in chicken day, right? Now, a lot of times, when it's bone-in chicken day, and we only get that once a year, but now we don't get it at all for what I'm about to tell you all about. So Ebon, that morning, he tells this guy, I don't know what he was trying to make, but he was just going around asking anybody and everybody, yo, let me get your boiled eggs. Let me get your boiled eggs. What can I give you for your boiled eggs? Right? So a lot of cats, they used to boil eggs for their tuna fish, because at this time on the commissary, they had the tuna fish in a pouch, and that was like $2.50 at that time. And you can only get 20 packs of those on the commissary, right? So I'm thinking in my head, like, okay, maybe he just trying to make a massive tuna fish sandwich cook up that'll last him for a couple of days, right? You never know. So at this point, Ebon got like 30 boiled eggs, right? So I'm like, okay, well, whatever. So next thing you know, Ebon comes out and he comes straight to me. He like, hey, Dante, can I holler at you for a moment? I said, what's up? He said, hey, what you go eat your chicken today? I said, I was planning on. Why? He was like, well, what if I gave you my bag of cookies on, tomorrow when we get the cookies in? What if I gave you the bag, my bag of cookies for your chicken today? And I said, now listen, at this point, y'all, I've been down for a long time. I done seen many Christmases come and go. And I know about the treacherous things that goes on with these trade-offs, especially around the holiday, right? So me knowing what I know, I said, nah. And plus, I didn't know this dude like that. And plus, I have seen him scheming and doing little things here and there, and I just didn't trust him, to keep it real with y'all. I just didn't trust Ebon at all. At all. So, anyway, I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm straight. I'm gonna eat my stuff, whatever. Oh, yeah, hold on, y'all. Before we go any further, there's going to be 3 parts to this story, okay? And each video going to be about 20 minutes, all right? So if y'all listening right now, actually in the comment section and in the description, I'm going to have part 1, part 2, and part 3. so y'all can follow it. It's going to be a series, okay? This is part 1, all right? So y'all ain't got to check the page. I know I got 1,200 videos on here, but I'm going to have it in order so y'all can just go to the comment section at the top and find it and just go to part 2, part 3, okay? I'm just giving y'all the heads up, all right? But let's get back to it. So I'm like, no, I'm good, Ebon, I'm good. He said, you sure? You for real? I said, yeah, I'm good. He said, I bet. He leave me and he go right to the next man, selling the same story. Yo, you gonna eat your chicken today? Because if not, I can trade you off with this, right? And the other person said, no, I'm good. But then he went to this white cat and he hit him with the same spiel. And the white cat agreed. He said, yeah, I'll give you my cookies tomorrow and, you can take the chicken. We good. So Ebon like, all right, bet, right? Now, dinner time is about, let's say, right now, y'all, it's about 1 o'clock. So dinner time is about 5 o'clock for child, right? So anyway, I noticed Ebon on the yard, and he out there, being incognito, running up on cats like, yo, you want to do a trade? Chicken for for my cookies or whatever. And there's guys that's agreeing to this, right? But I noticed he's not going to, guys that, talk to each other. You see what I'm saying? He going to random groups, random cliques, guys that rock with themselves. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to dudes that's in the same gang, the same cliques and stuff like that. He's going to random people that don't really associate with each other. So now I'm peeping the game. So I'm like, oh, I see what Ebon doing now. Ebon is going to all these cats so they can get him this food, and they think they're going to get the bag of cookies tomorrow. So, oh, okay, I see. I see what time it is now. I see what time Ebon is on. So, it's dinner time, right? 5 o'clock. Everybody piling in, right, into the chow hall, right? And for the people out there that don't know what the chow hall is, it's just a lunchroom where inmates go eat. That's all. Now, normally it don't be packed in here at all. You might get about, it can hold maybe 50 men, right? But normally it be about 15, 20 guys in there. But today, nah, it was jam-packed, wall to wall, right? Everybody in there, everybody up in there, dudes that you never see, right? Because they got a stove, they got commissary, they got dudes bringing them things to themselves. No. I don't think y'all quite understanding. When it's bone-in chicken day, everybody's coming out. It ain't no exception. Because that's a delicacy. You only get that one time a year, right? So everybody out there, everybody is that day, despite being in the joint, that day almost seemed like a normal day. That day almost seems like, like you're not in the joint, like you in the free world. You don't really get too many pleasures in prison unless you live in, that type of lifestyle. But hey. But anyway, so, everybody up in there. I'm up in there, Al up in there, Tall, Homicide, everybody is in here. We all up in here, right? And, we get our trade. We all sit down. You see dudes doing trade-offs and, but let me give y'all some information right quick also about the trade-offs. If you go to prison, right, it's something called prison etiquette. And what that is, one of the things, is a rule book, unspoken rule. Never, ever, ever put your hands on another man's food. Even when you owe him something, never put your hands, okay? Never put your hands on another man's food. Let him grab the food off your tray. Don't ever put your hands on the food. And I'm going to tell y'all why. Well, so One of these cats that owed somebody a trade that had nothing to do with E-Bond. I don't even see E-Bond up in there. But you got this short white dude come up to this black dude like, hey, I got your chicken, right? And he was like, all right, put it here. Now, when he said, I put it here, I guess the black dude should have, clarified it more, like, lean it off your tray. But the white guy put whole bare hand on my man's chicken and put it on his plate. And the black dude was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why the fuck would you put your hands on my food? B, I'm about to beat you. And then there it go, right? So the guards come over there, get between them, take both of them into lockup that quick before anything actually popped off. So that's why I said, anybody out there that might find yourself in the penitentiary, just understand this. Never, ever put your hands on another man's food, because that could cause you a beat down. And under certain circumstances, it could cost you your life. All right. So anyway, so this how I went. So E-Bond roll up in there, right? And E-Bond go get his tray, and he's standing right here by the door. And cats that he struck deals with is coming up to him, and he just grabbing the chicken. None of these guys is looking like, because there's a lot of guys in there that cat's coming up to, giving them the chicken or whatever. So it's not out of the ordinary what E-Bond doing. It ain't like he's sticking out like a sore thumb. The guards know what it is, but even the guards know, there's a rule. You can't, give food away and stuff like that. They call it contraband. But, the guards like, hey, we know it's bone-in chicken day. We know what's going on. Let them have it. It's the holidays. Because on the real though, them guards knew, not to really push the line like that. Because think about it. It's the holidays. They want to go home to be with their family. They know that, it's we want to go home with our family and we can't. So, emotions is running high. So they don't really want to push that line, especially when you just trying to go home and be with your family. You don't want to end up as a correctional guard, end up in the hospital because you done tick one of these inmates off over some food or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these guards let a lot of stuff slide, right? So like I said, E-Bond is just standing there, and cats just giving him the chicken, and there's other cats in there too. So I'm putting it into my head, like, I tap Al, I said, look at E-Bond. You're like, what about? I said, man, look, don't say nothing though. Now I'm at this point, Al is sitting to my left. I'm like, look, don't say nothing though, but E-Bond is going around telling people that he's going to give them his Christmas cookies tomorrow for they chicken or whatever. But look at all these guys are giving him, the chicken or whatever. And he was like, oh man, so what he gonna do? I said, look, cause this was Al's first year. I got locked up before Al, so Al didn't really know like how the game was. So I said 9 times out of 10, E-Bond, when he get his cookies tomorrow or whatever, E-Bond is gonna check into the hole, and he's gonna check in the hole because we get these cookies at 10 o'clock in the morning, right? So and they lock down the whole prison because it'd be like this organization from the Salvation Army would come through, and they'd just pray a little bit, for the block or whatever. And then they pass out the cookies or whatever. So I said 9 times out of 10, what he gonna do? When he get the cookies or whatever, he's gonna immediately, talk to a guard or say something to somebody, and like he feared for his life, and somebody trying to take his life or whatever. Then they gonna roll him up, and we on lockdown, so nobody can get to him. So that was the play right there. E-Bomb is just standing there getting all this chicken. Right? And I'm telling Al, like, yeah, I believe in the morning time he's going to check in. He's going to, when they come in, when the people from the Salvation Army come in that pass out the cookies, Right when he get his cookie back, he going to alert a guard and let them know that he feared for his life and somebody going to try to take him out, right? Because at this time, y'all, when the Salvation Army people come out there, they lock the whole prison down. And they say like a 2-minute prayer on every block, and then they start passing out the cookies, right? And in this cookie bag, it's like 15-bit cookies, right? So that, to me, that's the only thing that makes sense. Because I know Ebon wasn't out there making moves of other cats giving him cookies. No, not at all. That's why he was going to different cliques and random people that wasn't associated with each other. And like I said, one would say, well, Dante, if all these people walking up to Ebon, you know, giving him the chicken, won't that raise suspicions? No, because a lot of people is in there is doing the same thing. A lot of people is in there doing these exchangements, right? So it wasn't out of the ordinary. So anyway, Ebon get his chicken, right? And he got maybe about 15 pieces. So he did about 15 deals. So that means there's 14 bags of cookies that need to be given out after tomorrow. But, hey, I digress. It ain't my business, right? So Ebon go sit down, right, at the table. And he pulled out this bread, this bread package, right? So in prison, they coming in with like Wonder bread. They give us a lot of Wonder bread, that cheap bread, right? So he kept the bag, right? He had like 3-4 bags, right? So he pulled it out of his sock, the bread bags or whatever. He started putting the chicken there. Bam, 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 right? Tied it up, put it back in his sock, and he just walk out, right? So, you know, I guess he's going back to his cell to make a cook up or whatever he's doing, right? So Ebon rolls up out of there, right? So Al like, so what you think gonna happen? I said, shoot, I mean, all it takes is just one of these guys to talk to one of these guys and put it together, be like, yo, Ebon owe you some cookies? Yeah, he owe me some cookies. Oh, well, he better have mine, right? And then, you know, word travels fast. So all it takes is this 1 or 2, 3 guys that he done their business with, right, doing this chicken over the cookie deal, and hey, his whole spot is blown up, right? But this will happen. So we get done eating and we go hit the yard, right? So we hit the yard, we walking the track. Now, Ebon did business with this dude named Sonny Black. Sonny Black was from Saginaw, Michigan, and Sonny Black didn't have it all. Sonny Black was one of them type of dudes that I guess you could say he was schizophrenic and paranoid or whatever. See, back in the day, it was rumored when he was 8 years old, he stayed in these projects that I guess the building got burnt down because he said that this baby doll tried to stab him, right? You're like, huh? Yeah. This is what Sonny Black said. He said basically, and this really happened. I'm not saying that the baby doll incident happened. Maybe that was just all in his mind. But then again, you know, they didn't believe Andy on Child's Play. So, hey, I don't know. Maybe Sonny Black wasn't crazy. But anyway, so Sonny Black basically said that when he was young, you know, his mama left from their home alone. And they stayed in the project, so they had a downstairs and an upstairs. And he said that he was playing in his room or whatever, and he heard some footsteps coming up the stairs, right? So he said when he looked, he seen a Barbie doll holding a butcher knife. So he said that he closed his bedroom door, and the Barbie doll kept saying, open the door, Sonny. Open the door, Sonny Black, open the door, right? So he said he let the door open some that he hurried up and threw a cover on it and like wrapped it up, and this thing was like trying to stab him through the dang cover there. So he said he ran downstairs, turned on the stove, right, with the gas light on high, and threw it up there. And well, now it caused the kitchen fire, which spread it through the house, went to another apartment building, apartment, whatever, apartment unit, and so on and so forth. And when they asked him why he did it, he said exactly what I just told y'all. He said that he was in his room playing with his toys. He heard, something walking up the stairs. He looked in the hallway. He seen the Barbie doll with a knife, and it tried to get at him. So he said it was him versus the Barbie doll. So, hey, but before we go on with this prison story, let me ask y'all a question, though. And I'm serious, too. I know a couple of y'all might be laughing, be like, oh, man. But really, on some real, do y'all think that might could have happened? I mean, just think about it. There's a lot of unexplained things that goes on in this world. There's a lot of things, a lot of weird things that people cannot explain. So let's do a quick poll right quick. And I'm sorry, y'all. We going to get back to the story. Chill out, man. For you cats that be talking about, oh, Dante always taking side tours and whatever. But it still be exciting. It still be good. But if you out there hating, at least you can do is hit the like button. Now, chill out. We're going to get back to the story. But, yeah, let me know in the comment section. Do y'all think that this actually could have happened? Do y'all think that, Sonny Black really experienced this? Or do y'all think that Sonny Black was just crazy? Or do y'all think that maybe he was just, doing something bad in the kitchen and the kitchen got caught on fire? Let me know. But the question is, do y'all think paranormal things actually can happen like this? Let me know. But anyway, let's get back to it. So, now we back in prison. So Sonny Black did a deal with Ebon, right? And like I said, we on the yard and Ebon out there, and he over there talking to a couple guys or whatever. And Sonny Black, he like, oh, F that. I bet I get mine. So, when you hear somebody, now, there's always chatter on the yard. You hear a couple guys talking here, a couple guys talking over there. Every once in a while, you will hear some guy barking on another guy, or you will hear somebody laughing real loud or real hearty or something like that. But the way that he said it sounds too familiar. When the guy, y'all hear it when y'all out in the streets. You hear the regular chatter, but then there's a voice that just carry all over, right? And the way he said it was so aggressive, like, I bet I get mine. I don't give a F. I bet I get mine. I don't give a F. Who or what, right? And for some reason, I just knew he was talking about Ebon. I just knew it. So, Sonny go over there, he walk over, he said, hey, let me holler at you right quick, Ebon. Ebon like, what's up? He said, no, let me holler at you over here right quick. So Ebon like, what's going on? He said, hey, what's up with, I'm hearing that you was giving out, talking about you giving my cookies away. He like, what? He like, yeah, man, people talking about that you owe like crazy bags on a cookie joint. He like, man, who told you that? He like, man, that don't matter, man, but all I'm saying is you better have my tomorrow. And Ebon was like, oh, hold on, bag up, hold on, man. What you mean I better have your tomorrow? Like you trying to press me or something. Sonny like, hey, man, you heard what I said, man. You better have my tomorrow. So Ebon like, hey, listen, you ain't going to talk to me like I'm some type of bee or something. I ain't no bee. Like I said, I'm going to give you the motherfucking cookies or whatever. So Sonny like, hey, like I said, I don't know what you running, but like I said, a couple guys said that they gave you the chicken like I did. And if you try to, I'm letting you know right now, Ebon, you better have it. You better have my cookies. I swear to God. Now, Ebon like, man, I got you, man, but who told you that? He saying like, man, it don't matter who told me that. Just know, I know you better have my right? So Ebon like, man, all right, man, whatever, man. So he walk off, right? About 3 minutes later, you see cats walking up to Ebon. And these is the guys that, he said, I'm going to give you the cookies if, give me the chicken on the bone, right? Now, these are the same guys that I done seen in a cafeteria that was walking up to Ebon, hitting them off with the bone-in chicken in hopes that, not even in hopes, in agreement that I'm giving you this chicken for you to give me the Christmas cookies tomorrow, right? So you got these cats walking up to him, asking like, yo, hey, what's up with you and Sonny, and what's going on with with the cookie joint? We hearing that you got other cats, and he like, man, don't worry about that, man. I got other deals in play, man. I got you, man. So like I said, almost about 12 different individuals walked up to Ebon and was basically asking him like, yo, we did business. I'm just trying to, to make sure, check, because, word is spreading that, you know what I'm saying? And he like, hey, listen, man, that's what's wrong with dudes in here. This Ebon talking. Ebon like, this is wrong with dudes in here, man. Dudes always in somebody's business, man. Dudes always trying to paint narratives and trying to get, that's how stuff gets started, right? So he was like, no, I got you, man. This like, man, I got you, man. Don't worry about it. I got you. So that's the last guy that he's telling this to or whatever. So they call for the last yard, right? So you get 2 yards on Friday, right? So they call for the last yard, and that last yard, we only out there for about 40 minutes to an hour, depending on who out there running it, right? Whatever guard is running it. So at this time, I'm like, man, I'm finna head back in. So me and Al head back in, right? And I go to my cell, and at this time, Al 2 cells away from me. So I'm in the cell, and I'm just laying down. I'm full. I done ate good. I was on a pull-up bar. I didn't get too sweaty. I did a little wash up at my sink or whatever. So, I'm just laying down. I'm just chilling, right? Waiting for tomorrow. So all you hear is, hey, man, if that N-word don't got my mother effing cookies tomorrow, I'm telling you, I'm killing Ebon. I'm killing Ebon. So at this time, y'all, I'm laying on my back, right? And my feet is facing the entrance of the cell. Let me give y'all a little cell etiquette right quick for you new cats that might find yourselves in the penitentiary, all right? Never, ever, when you get in your cell and you laying down, number one, never lay on your stomach for obvious reasons, okay? I ain't finna go into them details, but people say, well, that's just common sense, but common sense ain't so common, right? Never lay on your stomach. That's number one. Number two, when you land in that bed, don't be laying where your head is at a spot where you can't look out your cell. Lay the other way. Your feet need to be facing the cell doors, and your head needs to be up the other way. All right? You can lay on your side or whatever, but never, ever, have your head laid towards where the opening of the cell that, because you can get your dome piece cracked to the white meat, for real. I done seen it happen, right? Oh, also, if y'all forgot to hit the like button, please. But anyway, so I hear, man, if Ebon ain't got my cookies, I'm unaliving them, flat out, right? So I lift up, and I'm like, oh, snap. So I get up, and I walk out the cell. And I look to my left, and I see Al right there, and he's actually talking to Sonny. Now, I done had conversations with Sonny, here and there, whatever, but we wasn't cool, but, he's from Saginaw, right? And, I was in Flint at the time, so when you close in region or area or cities, y'all usually click up or whatever. Y'all have some type of relationship. But Sonny was too crazy to be in my crew. But, it wasn't. And the reason why I'm bringing that up, because it's not abnormal to see Al over there talking to Sonny. Saginaw ain't nothing but, 20, 30 minutes, not even that from Flint or whatever. So they over there chopping it up. And I guess Sonny letting Al know, because I guess Al trying to strike a deal with some cookies or whatever with Sonny or whatever. And Sonny, I don't know what was said, but Sonny was just like, basically, if Ebon ain't got, them cookies for him, that's what it's going to be. He going to put that blade on him. He going to do something to him, right? So I see like, okay, Al ain't in no danger, so I'm finna go back here and lay down, right? So I go in here, I go lay down. About 5 minutes later, here come Al. Al like, hey, man, Sonny just showed me something. I said, what did he show you? He said, man, Sonny done carved a chicken bone. Like, he done carved the chicken bone to like a real fine point. Like, he got a banger. I said, what? He said, yeah, man, Sonny done, he done shaved one of them chicken bones down into like a, you know what I'm saying? Like a banger, like, like a bone crusher. I said, oh, okay. He said, yeah, he said that if Ebon don't give him them cookies, he putting that thing on him. And I said, oh, well, he better, have them cookies, right? So in my head, I'm already knowing that Ebon ain't gonna have them cookies, because I somewhat, watched him throughout that whole day, and all I was, lightweight hearing was him telling cats that I'm going to give y'all these cookies, right, for the chicken. But I never seen other deals that will require for other cats to give him cookies so he can pay them, pay what he owe. So I said, oh, okay, so I see what's going on. So boom, here we go. Now it's 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, right, is when we go on lockdown. Now it's 9 o'clock. Ebon was not in the dorm at all that whole day. Even since that incident, what happened in the lunchroom, Ebon was not seen at all. So in my head, I walked past Ebon's cell and I seen his stuff still in there. So I said, okay, well, maybe, he ain't check in because his stuff's still here. But here come Ebon. He comes right in, right? So Ebon jumps on the phone, right? I don't know who Ebon called, but he called somebody. So Ebon is on the phone, right? Ebon gets on the phone. And Sonny Black, he goes down there. So at this time, I'm right there on the tier, right? The second tier. You got the first tier and the second tier. And my cell was on the second tier. Ebon's cell was on the first tier. And Sonny Black's cell was on the second tier, like maybe 3 doors away from mine. So Sonny Black is going down there towards Ebon, right? Now, Al done told me already that Sonny Black has that bone crusher. You see, Sonny Black, it was chicken day. So Sonny Black ended up getting a hold of a chicken bone and ended up carving that thing with a sharp edge or whatever. So he got a bone crusher. So I know that Sonny Black got this, right? So Sonny Black already, made a statement, in part 2 and kind of in part 1 that, he feel like Ebon is going to try to run a play on him, not going to try to give him his cookies. And he said he ain't going for it. So he goes up to him, right? But he ain't saying nothing to him. And Ebon just look at him. And like I said, I don't know who Ebon talking to on the phone. I have no idea, right? So Ebon like, yo, hold up. He like, what's up? Sonny Black like, you gonna get my cookies, right? And Ebon was like, what? He was like, you gonna get my cookies, right? And he was like, man, we just talked about this, man. We already talked about that. Why you sweating me over these cookies, man? I told you I got you. So Sonny Black just bust a smile. Now, you remember, y'all have to go back to part 2 to really get the rundown about Sonny Black, because Sonny Black was crazy. And Sonny Black just smiled and just walked off, right? So in my head, I'm thinking like, yeah, Sonny Black is crazy, man. This dude, yeah. But me being a street dude, me being a prison guy, I know that can only mean one or two things. That Sonny Black got his mind made up over one or two things. Either Sonny Black is about to do something to him now, or Sonny Black got it in his mind that, yo, if he play me on them cookies, I'm gonna do something to him. And more than likely, Sonny Black was probably even picturing what he was going to do to Ebon. Oh, before we go any further, hey, did y'all forget to hit the like button? Because I see that we lacking on y'all hitting the like button. I see that. I'll be watching the videos. I'll be looking in the comments, and I done noticed y'all been slacking on hitting that like button. So come on, y'all. Don't be hating. Y'all go listen to the story. At least, at minimum, do your big partner Donta your favor and smash that like button. So anyway, Ebon get back on the phone, and he's talking to whoever he's talking to, and Sonny Black disappeared under the staircase. Now, when you go under the staircase, right, it's only a couple things that you could be doing, right? Number one, there's no camera right there. So, guys usually go over there to fight, right? Or they go over there to exchange contraband, you know what I'm saying? Like drugs or, things that you don't want to be caught with and seen on camera with or whatever, right? And maybe one might say, well, why don't you just go to your cell and do that? Well, Sonny Black had a cellmate, and maybe whatever he was doing, he didn't want his cellmate to see. You understand? So he disappeared under the stairwell. So I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. Ain't none of my business. So I bust back in my room, right? So it's about 9:50. We got 10 minutes to total lockdown, right? So you remember where I said, whenever you get a cool guard that's on shift, they'll let us stay out longer as long as, ain't nobody fighting, ain't nobody arguing. As long as everybody being chilled, they'll let us stay out longer. Well, guess what? Officer Rodriguez, and yes, I'm putting his name out there, but I'm not telling y'all the prison because I don't want to blow the spot up. Officer Rodriguez was one of them cool guards that let us stay out, right? So when Officer Rodriguez came in, we like, oh, snap. I bet. It's the holidays. Officer Rodriguez up in here. Man, I bet we can stay out long, be on the phones, you know what I'm saying? So he come in, he said, all right, y'all, he was the only one working the night shift in our block. So he said, all right, we just going to do count. Y'all like down for about 10, 15 minutes. I'm going to do some paperwork, do some rounds, and I'm going to let y'all back out. So we like, all right, bet. So everybody go lock up. We still had about 5 minutes on the clock to go lock up. But so Officer Rodriguez already let it be known that we finna be out here all night, right? So we sacrifice that little 5 minutes, right? So we all go in there, we go lock up or whatever. Now, my plans before, Officer Rodriguez came in there, I was just finna go in there, read the Bible a little bit, and go to sleep and get, ready for the morning because we was going to be on lockdown anyway when they start passing the cookies out. So, that was going to be my night. Now my night has been altered because, we finna be out. We finna be out for another 3-4 hours. So, I figured, well, maybe I just go, get this Monopoly board or whatever. In prison, you ain't got nothing but time, right? Nothing but time. So a couple of these guys that was locked up before I got there, they literally made a Monopoly board of the city, right? They used glue, they used tissue. It was just tissue, glue, and like cardboard boxes, like little pieces to make the men or whatever on there, whatever. Right, and then they actually really had Monopoly money in there. I don't know how I got there, whatever, but they have Monopoly money. So that was my head. I love playing Monopoly. That's my board game of choice is Monopoly. Let me know in the comment section, what is your favorite game? Tic-tac-toe, Hey, I said tic-tac-toe. I mean, hey, what's that? The one when you put the chips in there and you get, dang, what is that called? Hold on, let me ask my wife. Hey, babe, what is that game that is called where you, the game we got in the living room, the big thing? What's the name of that game where you Connect Four? Okay, that's it. Yeah. My fault, y'all. Connect Four. I just had a brain freeze. Yeah, Connect Four. So, and speaking of Connect Four, I'm that guy. I may have been beaten 3 times out of no cap 100,000 games. No cap. I am the Connect Four. You know what I'm saying. But anyway, so that was my plans right there. So I said, all right, that's what we doing. So Officer Rodriguez, he doing the walkthrough, doing the count, everybody got to come up there to their door or whatever so he can do the count, blah, 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 bam. He go downstairs, he do some more paperwork, and then he pop all the doors and we all come out, right? So I instantly hit Al's cell. And I get a couple other guys, and I'm like, all right, y'all, let's play some Monopoly, whatever. So we get down there, and we get the game going. Now, occasionally, I will look up, and I would never see Ebon come out of his cell. Matter of fact, I could see right inside of Ebon's cell. And he just sitting there on the bed looking at TV, because we had TVs in our rooms if you can afford them. So Ebon is just watching TV. And nobody is in their cells at all. You know what I'm saying? Because we be locked down all the time. So it was really unusual that E-Bomb would be still in his cell. So, every once in a while, I look over it and see E-Bomb right there in the cell or whatever. And then Sonny Black was just pacing back and forth. And usually that ain't abnormal to see Sonny Black pacing back and forth, because that was like his coping mechanism or whatever. So just be pacing back and forth or whatever. But I noticed that he kept getting closer and closer and closer to Ebon's cell. You see? And I noticed that, he was clutching. Now, I know y'all might be thinking like, hold on, Dante, what you mean he clutching? What is clutching, Dante? Well, clutching is when you got your right hand, if you're right-handed, or if you're left-handed, you got your hands in your pants and you clutching a weapon. So I noticed that he's clutching, right? So I let Al and a couple of the boys, the homeboys right here that's right next to me, like, hey, y'all, hey, get on point, man. Look, Sonny Black, he clutching. So I'm like, I'm just letting people get on point. The cats that was right here by me playing Monopoly, I'm like, y'all get on point, man. Sonny Black, he clutching right now. And the reason why I said that, because you never know. You never know. See, one thing about prison, you can hide, you can run, but you ain't going to get that far. When you caged in a Pacific area, and I know y'all be like, oh, there go Donta, he can't say Pacific. Hey, a lot of people can't. It is what it is. But when you in a Pacific area, it ain't really too many places you can run to. Whenever a fight jump off, you might not know that you got beef with somebody. And they might take that as an opportunity to pop it off on you. Or you might got beef with somebody and they feel like, well, F it. A lot of cats get pumped up off of other guys, actions. They might see somebody getting hype, so they get hype. So when you see things coming from a mile away, you always want to get ready. And that was always my motto. I stayed ready so I didn't have to get ready. You understand? So, I let the cats know, like, y'all get on point, man. Sonny clutching and you look like you about to pop something off. So, when he paces back and forth, he get like right there by Ebon's cell. And he's in the doorway. Now, at this point, everybody, except for the officer, is watching. Everybody is watching Sonny. We all looking at Sonny. We looking at his back because he faced forward in front of Ebon's cell. So Sonny like, you gonna get my cookies, right? And Ebon was like, man, what the fuck is you doing? Why you keep saying that shit? Sonny was like, hey, I'm just saying, is you gonna get my fucking cookies? Ebon was like, man, fuck you, I ain't giving you nothing. So Sonny turned around and just walked off. So I'm looking like, what just happened? And Sonny just go to his cell. So I'm like, what the? I would thought that, Sonny would have just pulled that thing out and would have rushed Ebon. Sonny was probably about, I don't know, maybe 5'8", maybe 170, 175. And Ebon probably was like 6 foot, maybe 220. But it wasn't a huge size difference. But, you know what I'm saying? And Sonny, I don't think he even cared about the height and weight difference at all. But especially when you got that bone crusher too. But I don't know why. And like I said, Sonny was just kind of off anyway. But Sonny just go to his cell and Ebon just come out of his cell. And he just looking around, everybody looking at him, and everybody go back to business as usual. But, every once in a while, people keep cutting their eyes over there at Sonny's cell and at Ebon's cell. The Ebon just standing in the doorway, just looking, right? So, about 10 minutes go by, and then Ebon goes back into his cell. Now, I don't know exactly what happened, because it happened so fast. It happened so fast. So, you got 2 showers. You got the upstairs showers for the second tier, and you got the downstairs shower for the first tier. Ebon, I don't know why. I don't know what was going on in that man's head. But if I just got into it with somebody and it looked like they was clutching, I don't know, nothing in this world will possess me to go get in the shower. You see what I'm saying? I don't know that I don't know that Ebon felt like, well, we gonna be on lockdown all day tomorrow. So I don't know what possessed Ebon to go get in the shower. But Ebon gets his towel, gets his soap, his shower shoes, and his bucket with some other stuff in it to take a shower. And he goes and go get in the shower. About 2 minutes later, you see Sonny coming down the stairs. Now, when Sonny came downstairs, he had the bone crusher in his hand. It was a no doubt. There was no, you don't have to leave it to your imagination what Sonny is about to do. So Sonny goes in the shower. You could hear a pin drop in that dorm. You could hear a mouse pissing on cotton in that dorm. All you hear is, man, I told you I was going to give you the cookies, man. I told you I was giving you the cookies, man. Man, you better not stab me. You better not stab me. And then you see Sonny Black walk out. He just walk out and go to his cell. And then a minute later, you see Ebon with big wide eyes coming out. Now, you put 2 and 2 together, you would have thought Sonny would have, poked at him. But he didn't. So he went in there. So I'm just imagining, because I wasn't in there, I'm just imagining Sonny just went in there and pulled that bone crusher out and was like, hey, is you going to give me the cookies or whatever? And this is what we heard Ebon talk about. I told you I'm going to give you the cookies. I told you I'm going to give you the cookies. And I guess Sonny let him live. So Ebon goes to his cell. And this is when I said that it happened so fast. What happened, it was like lightning fast. That's why you always got to be on point in prison. All I know is Sonny is running super fast, lightning fast. And all you see is his right hand going up in the air and coming down on Ebon. Ebon like, oh, right? And we all just turn and look, right? And everybody's jumping up, standing up, right? Putting their backs against the wall because you never know what's about to happen. So Sonny in there poking Ebon up with the banger, with the bone crusher. Oh. Right? And then Sonny run out of there and Officer Rodriguez like, lock down. Everybody lock down. Right? So we all walking off. Right? You see Ebon crawling out of his cell. Help me. Help. Please help me. Help me, man. I'm dying, man. Sonny stabbed me. Now, Ebon stopped crawling when he was like in the middle of the day room. So I can see Ebon right there bleeding out. And it was like a pool of red liquid that was coming out of Ebon. So the CERT team came in there. Some of y'all call it the Goon Squad. Some of y'all call it the Turtle Squad. They came in there, right? They went straight to Sonny Black's cell and snatched him up out of there, right? And they came and put a blanket, a white sheet blanket type thing over Ebon, right? Ebon lost his life. Let me put y'all on game right quick. In prison, you can lose your life just like that. I mean, just like that. At the snap of a finger, you can lose your life. You can lose your life for running your mouth too much. You lose your life by spreading rumors, by saying that you're going to do something that you're not going to do. You can lose your life over some holiday Christmas cookies. Did Ebon had it coming to him? One would say, yeah. One would say, nah, man, he shouldn't have lost his life over a bag of cookies. But in prison, it's like that bag of cookies could have been everything to a man. Could have been that bag of cookies to certain inmates. They only get that once a year. So they look forward to them cookies. Now, should Ebon has lost his life over the bag of cookies? No. In my opinion, no. But in Sonny Black's opinion, he had to go. You see, Ebon should have never been playing what I like to call military mind games. And Ebon paid the ultimate price. So when I said that his people got that telephone call from the administration saying your loved one had passed away, and then an inmate got on the phone and said, no, this is what really happened, that was Dante that made that call to Ebon's loved one and told them that Ebon got poked in the neck and poked all over his body with a sharpened chicken bone over some Christmas cookies. If y'all ain't seen part 1 or part 2, they're going to be pinned in the comment section and in the description. If you're listening to this video and you subscribe to the channel and you didn't get the notification, unsubscribe, subscribe back to the channel, hit that notification bell that say all. And with that, y'all, it was my 4th day in prison when I met this dude by the name of Sweet Low. Yeah, Sweet Low. Sweet Low was one of them inmates that been down for about 20 years. 20, 25 years, gives or take. You see, Sweet Low developed a taste for men. And all y'all are like, hold on, Donta. What you mean he developed the taste for men? Yeah. See, Sweet Low, I don't know, it was maybe in his 4th year, 5th year, maybe even 6th year, where he decided that, you know what, I'm not getting out. I'm never getting out of here. So you know what, I'm going to take advantage and indulge in all the things that prison have to offer. Yeah, I can holler at a guard, a female guard, and she might turn me down, or I might press my luck and keep pressing to get thrown in the hole, or two. The female guard might give it to me. But I don't want to go through all that. No, it's a lot of men around here, and I think that I might go that way now. So anyway, here come Donta, rolling in the pod, right? I got my toothbrush, I got my towel, got my 2 laundry bags. One of the laundry bag got my commissary in it. And the guard say, you in that cell right there. You see, the cell that he pointed at, nobody was in that cell. So I goes in that cell and I put my stuff down on the bottom bed and the top bed, right? Now, as I'm putting my things up, this black dude, he emerged out my cell and he say, hey, you need help unpacking? I turns around and I see this dude like 6'1", 6'2", maybe 210, 215-ish, right? And I said, no, I'm good. And he said, well, hey, my name S. I said, your name S? He like, yeah. Now, he wasn't talking to me in no aggressive manner or anything. He was a respect manner, whatever. But he stepped in my cell. Like he took 1 foot in. He took 1 step in my cell. So he was halfway in and halfway out. Now, for those that don't know, entering another man's cell without permission is a sign of disrespect. Maybe he had in his head, well, maybe this guy's a new inmate. Maybe this dude is a chump. Maybe this dude even a punk. So what Sweet Low was doing was testing the waters to see how far he can go with it. You know, Sweet Low been down for a long time. So he been playing this game over and over and over again. This wasn't nothing but a rerun for him, right? Sweet Low is what you would call an apex predator. And when I say an apex predator, I mean this was an apex predator. Meaning he had all these traps, booby traps. He knew, okay, let me say this to him. If he don't fall for that, then I switch it up and go here, go there, and until he get the point. So anyway, let's get back to the story. So he put 1 foot in, and I instantly checked him. I said, hey, could you bag up some? He said, oh, my bad, bro. So he stepped out. I said, what's up? He like, yeah, I was just saying, you know, I seen you came in here, and I don't know if you've been locked up before you, but I was, you know, I'm here to help you adjust. I said, nah, I got it. Your name S? He said, yeah, my name S. I said, okay. I said, my name D. He said, D? He like, where you from? I said, I'm from Detroit. He was like, oh, okay, I got people there. What side of town? I said, the east side, over there by Osborne High School, Gratiot, 7 Mile. He like, oh, okay, yeah. Then he got the name of some people. I'm like, nah, I don't know them. He like, oh, yeah, well, yeah, I got people in Detroit. Yeah, I got people in the D. I said, okay, bet. He was like, hey, I noticed you got, you know, commissary, you know, but if you need anything, you know, holler at me. I'm Mess. I said, all right, I'll let you know. He said, all right, bet. So he walked off. So now I'm thinking to myself, like, you know what? Nah, I think dude tried to try me. But then again, you never really know what dudes want from you. Now, this dude could have seen me and said, yo, well, maybe I want to make a friend. Or he seen me and said, you know what? Maybe I want to get close to this dude. Maybe I want to get close to this dude to do something to him. And y'all know what I mean. And with a name like Sweet Low, well, y'all know what I mean. So, you know, I want to put a little side note before we go on with this story. I need to give y'all some game. In prison, it's like this. If you wouldn't hang, like for me, for instance, there's no reason for me to hang around like straight stump down gang members. You know what I mean? Or should I say gang bangers? Because there's a difference between a gang member and a gang banger. And I'm going to let y'all know what that is. Being that I've always been around these individuals. A gang banger is somebody that's active. That is when they get the word, they locking and loading and they going out to ride. That they out there flying their colors and they about to put in that work, right? That they active. A gang member is somebody that done retired. But don't get it twisted, right? They still with it, but they rather talk it out or try to resolve it instead of getting straight to the action. So that's really the difference between a gang member and a gang banger, right? So anyway, my point is to say this. If you a person that is laid back, not with the BS, calculated, you're not going to be running with a bunch of knuckleheads. You're not going to be running with cats that is gun-ho and just ready to pop it off at any given moment. No, you're going to be around cats that's like-minded. You know, you might find somebody that read the Quran, you know, read the Bible, that play chess, checkers. You know what I'm saying? You ain't going to be around these guys that's always on 10. So if you are in prison, be yourself. Because one of the worst things that you could ever do is try to be somebody that you're not. And then when you get exposed for being somebody that you're not, gonna be a bad day for you. There's cats that been locked down for so long and been doing this for so long that whatever you trying to hide, they'll bring it out of you. For instance, let's say you a gay guy and you trying to hide it. Oh, there's cats in there that's gonna bring it up out of you. Oh yeah, them older homosexuals that be in there, they'll bring it up out of you. Yeah, I done seen it many, many times. But anyway, the whole point is saying do not hang around people that you know you wouldn't hang around in the streets. Now, there is circumstances where you might need to do business with some cats. You might need some assistance or whatever. Y'all have to, you know, intertwine and mingle. I mean, y'all are in prison. Y'all ain't got that much room. It ain't like the free world where you could just go over there to Africa or move, you know, you could go to a different side of the prison. But at the same time, there's bad people, bad characters all over this place, right? But anyway, let's get back to the story. The whole point is don't hang around people that you wouldn't hang around in the street unless need be. But anyway, so I'm thinking to myself, like, man, what did this dude really want? What did he really want? It wouldn't take too long for me to figure that out. So he come back to the cell. He like, hey, D, hey, we about to go to lunch, man. You coming? I said, yeah. He said, well, I'm gonna save you a spot. I said, I bet, right? So I end up putting my things up and I end up walking out the cell and he's right there. He's right there to the left side of my cell, just waiting on me. And I was like, yo, what's up with you? He like, oh no, I was just waiting I just wanted to make sure you got there safely and whatever. I said, okay. He was like, yeah, this is a big prison. I just wanted to make sure you didn't get caught out of bounds, which he was right. You don't want to end up wandering in a different unit or a different part of the prison that you have no business in, so you will get a write-up. It's called out of bounds. You'll get a ticket for that. Might get your phone privileges taken for a week. You might get, a visit taken away. They might stop you from getting some commissary for the week. It could be a wide range of things, right? A wide range of things. So, we end up going to the chow hall, right? And I'm right behind them. And I'm looking around because I noticed there's a lot of people looking at us. Now, in my head, I'm thinking like, okay, maybe they looking at us because I'm a new guy. I'm the new guy. And they just trying to figure out who I am or whatever. But in hindsight of what I know now, they was looking at me because they like, is this sweet low boy? Is this sweet low, new guy? So this is what they was doing. They was sizing me up. Now I'm new. I don't know that Sweet Low is one of these individuals that push up on guys and try to push up on guys. I don't know this. I'm new here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know this man from nobody. So I end up getting my food and I end up sitting across from him, right? And I just noticed, like, have you noticed, like, if you sitting down and you just feel a bunch of eyes on you, then you look and the cats look away? That's what was going on. So I said, hey, man, yo, what's up with these cats in here, man? He was like, oh, what you mean? I said, I just feel like they keep looking at us or whatever. He like, oh, man, don't worry about that. There's a lot of dudes that be hating on me, man. I said, why? Well, like, what's going on? He said, man, don't worry about it, man. It's just a lot of these dudes jealous of me, and they just be hating, man. They just don't believe the hype. So when he said, don't believe the hype, I said, why would I? What hype? So I said, all right, man. So I ended up finishing my meal, and I said, all right, man, I'm out. So he instantly got up, and he was like, yeah, I'm out too. So I thought that was strange. So now I'm thinking to myself, like, man, what did this dude want, man? This dude, like, this dude don't know me. Why this dude keep trying to follow me like that, right? So as we walking out, he like, hey, man, do you know how to box? I said, I don't know how to box, but I know how to fight, though. He said, well, I know how to box, and, I could teach you something. Now, keep in mind, y'all, at this time, I'm 26 years old. I've been fighting since I was 8 years old. I don't need for dang near 20-something years to pass, 24, 25 years to pass for another grown man to teach me how to fight. I done been doing what I've been doing for a long time. So in my head, I'm thinking like, man, why is this dude so friendly? Why this dude trying to just, get next to me? You know what I'm saying? So I was like, no, I'm good. I'm straight. He said, you sure? Do you work out? I see you you work out, you little fit, whatever. So then right there, that's when it hit me. I said, you know what? Nah, something ain't right. I said, hey, man, I'm going to holler at you later. He said, you sure? I said, yeah, I'm going to get at you later. He said, all right. So I done walked off and he done went to the yard. So this older guy pulls up on me while I'm in the cell, right? He come to the door. He like, hey, young blood, let me holler at you. I said, what's up? He said, you know S? I said, nah, I don't really know him like that. Why? He said, okay, I just wanted to, put a bug in your ear, man. He liked that. And I'm like, what you mean he liked that? Because listen, prior to me getting locked up, yeah, you hear about prison grape and all that type of stuff, but you don't really know what that looked like. You don't know like the grooming process. So, I heard the rumors about things, but I never actually met one of these type of guys. So he tell me like, yeah, he one of them type of dudes, man. He groomed, new inmates, young inmates, and then he sleep with them, and you know what I'm saying? I said, what? He said, yeah, he grooming you, man. I just wanted to know, because you didn't look like you was one of them type of dudes. Like, I mean, if that's what you into, I said, no, hell no. He said, I kind of figured that, man, but, I just wanted to make sure that, you wasn't like that and to put you on game. I said, wait, so this dude is a homosexual and he said, yeah. I said, all right, bet, good looking out. He said, all right. So he walked off. So you know what I did, y'all? I went to my locker, right? Now in prison, they give you these long tube socks. These socks that come all the way up to your kneecap, right? So I already had it in my mind. I had it in my mind what I was going to do, because I got to having flashbacks. I said, hold on. This dude was treating me like a woman, having me follow him to the child hall, him over here talking to me. He was grooming me. So I said, so he basically tried to treat me like I was some type of bitch, right? So I said, you know what? I got my mind. I know what I'm going to do. So I ended up getting my sock, right? Put 2 bars of Irish Spring in there, right? Tied it up, put a knot on it. Bow. I said, the next time I see him, I'm going to do it to him. So I'm sitting on the bed and I'm contemplating. I'm like, you know what? If he come in here to my cell again, I'm just going to get the whooping on him. But then I said, no. He publicly paraded me around like I was some type of bee. So he knew what he was doing and putting the word out to other guys like, yeah, I'm courting him without saying it. So I said, you know what? Since he wanted to do a public display about me, I'm going to put a public display on him, right? So at this time, y'all, maybe about 2 hours passed and now it's dinner time. And I said, you know what? I know what I'm going to do. I know exactly what I'm about to do. So I went to dinner, right? We in the chow hall. And I see him. And he's sitting right there. So I get my tray and he like, and I walk right over there. And I sit right next to him. I said, what's up, S? He like, hey, did somebody say something to you about me or something? I said, what you mean? He was like, did anybody try to like say something, like trying to hate on me or anything? Like, nah, no, not really. He was like, what you mean, not really? I said, ain't nobody say nothing about you, bro. So he was like, oh, okay, cool. So what's good with you, bro? I said, nothing, but I'm gonna holler at you when we get back to the dorm. He said, all right, bet, right? So I got up, right, with my tray. He said, you ain't gonna eat? I said, nah, I'm finna go back. He said, all right, bet. So I got up with the tray, and he was facing forward. I took that tray. Now, y'all know how thick them trays is. They thick. There's some thick trays, right? I took that tray and was like, boom! I busted him upside his head hard. I'm talking about with all my might. Bam! Right? He went, phew. He fell out the seat, right? Got on him, grabbed him by his shirt. It was like, bow, boom. Y'all hear that? I had the big hit. Boom, boom. They see, you know, the guards rushed me, right? They had the nightstick at my neck. They pulled me up off them. Sweet Low was laid out, right? They ended up putting me in a hole for 2 weeks. You know, they questioned me. They said they went in the investigation. They're like, why did you do it? I said, I don't know, man. I just flipped out. They said, what? I said, I just flipped. This the sergeants interviewing me. Because every time a fight happened or incident happened, you got to get interviewed so they can write in a report. And I just told them, I don't know. I just flipped out. They gave me 2 weeks in the hole for that. Sweet Low ended up getting 6 stitches right here on the side of his head. Sweet Low put the word out that when he see me again, it's Dad. I ran across Sweet Low again a couple years later in my second bid. And well, when y'all want that story, stay tuned. This is the Donta Show Network. Make sure y'all hit that like button, share this video. Let me know where y'all from in the comment section too, so I can see how far my reach is in the YouTube algorithm. And with that, y'all, I'm out.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Welcome to another episode of Donta's Storytime. Make sure y'all hit the like button, leave a comment, and share this video. Let's get to it. All right, y'all. This prison story is about when they put me in this blood tank and it got real crazy. But before we go with the story, I do want to apologize for the background noise. Right now, I'm driving a Charger and I'm on my way to Columbus, Ohio, because I got to do some skits with a couple of people, and it is what it is. But before we continue, make sure y'all hit the like button. If you listening to this video and you are subscribed to the channel and you didn't get the notification, unsubscribe to the channel, subscribe back to the channel, and hit the notification bell. And also, y'all, let me know where y'all from, all right? Put y'all city in the comments section so I can see where y'all rocking with me from. Nevertheless, so I'm in Jackson Pike, right? It's my second time coming to Jackson Pike. Shout out to Columbus, Ohio, that great 614 Northside Cleveland Ave, right? So anyway, I get in there. Now, this is the procedure. When you get locked up, and I'm talking about like in processing, they have you go through this rigorous check. And one of the things you have to do is take your shoes off, take your socks off, drop your pants and drop them drawers, grab your knees, spread your butt cheeks and cough, right? Well, Dante wasn't going for it. Dante decided this day he was gonna buck. I'm not coming in there to, smoke drugs in. I'm not coming there with no contraband. I'm not going for it today. I'm just not going for it. So, nevertheless, they tell me, okay, take your shoes off. I mean, I know the routine. I just couldn't stay out of jail. I just always was in jail. So I knew this was going to happen. So they tell me, take your shoes off. I take them off. Take your socks off. They went through my socks, threw them back at me. Pull your pants down. Pull them to my knees. Pull your drawers down. Turn around and squat. I said, no, I'm not doing it. He said, what'd you say? I said, I'm not doing it. He said, hey, listen, as fast as we get done with this, the faster you can go and get up out of here, man. Come on. Pull your pants down. I'm not doing it. I'm not pulling my pants down. I'm not doing it. Oh, what, you got something up in there or something? No. Then why you not complying? Because I'm just not doing it. I don't feel like it. Oh, we got one. For those that been in Jackson Pike, right? The workhouse, aka the workhouse. Y'all know how this finna go, right? Now, what we have in Jackson Pike is called the Goon Squad. I don't know what y'all call it in y'all city and states. It's when they, put the tactical gear on, the riot shield, the knee pads, the hammer gloves, the helmet, the guys that suit up and come with them sticks, right? So they like, yo, we got one. So I'm like, man, F this. So I pull up my pants and I put my shoes and stuff back on and I tighten them up because I'm like, it ain't finna go down this way. Now, here's the thing. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I knew what was about to happen. I knew that these dudes was about to come in there 6, 7 deep. All these dudes over 6 foot. All these dudes pushing 200, 250. And, I'm about to get whipped out. But, I just feel like, man, I'm tired of this humiliation ritual. But, and then I know, y'all gonna be like, well, Dante, ain't nobody told you to keep committing crimes. That's what you get. Yeah, well, it is what it is. But anyway, so I'm sitting there and I'm suited and booted. I'm just ready. So dude like, yeah, you think you so tough. You think you so tough. We're gonna see how tough you is when they come up in here. I'm like, all right, whatever. Right? So I'm standing there, right? And here they come. Now, the first person I see is a nurse. They have to bring a nurse in so she can record it and make sure they don't go too far, right? Because they done had lawsuits filed on them from them going too far, and they have to have a nurse right there. So when I see the nurse, she was like, Dante? I said, hey, I ain't gonna say her name or nothing for HIPAA and privacy reasons, whatever. But I said, hey, what's up? And she was like, Dante, just comply. I said, man, she said, Dante, just comply, man, because you know how this is going to go. Now, I knew this chick from the streets, right? She used to work with my wife. I'm not going to say what business that they was into, because I got a lot of stalkers and a lot of people that try to investigate Dante's private life, right? So she used to work with my wife at these conferences and stuff. So, you know, she knew me. Well, I wasn't married to my wife then, but my wife back in the day used to work. They used to work together. Have this girls thing where, you know, this women empowerment thing where they speak to young women and stuff like that, and, you know, teaching them how to be women and, you know, that type of jazz, whatever. But anyway, so she like, Donta, just comply. Just comply. So I'm like, man, she said, Donta, just do it. So I said, all right, I got it. I'll do it. Right. So the goon squad, they just left, and, you know, I poured it down and spread my butt cheeks, and there you go. Right? So the guard was like, see, that's all you have to do. You causing all these issues. I was like, man, all right, man, whatever. So he said, yeah, all right, whatever, I got you. So let me tell y'all something. Understand this. You might be tough. You might be the baddest. You might can knock out one or two of these guards, but they got the numbers and they got the weapons. Understand, you are in their house. You ain't running nothing. They run the show. So once you get that through your head, you will do fine. Me, I was a little hard-headed back then. But nevertheless, I said, yeah, all right, man, whatever. So they put me in this holding tank for about 2 hours, right? And they basically starved me out because it was lunchtime, well, dinner time, I should say. And they didn't come give me no sandwich. They didn't give me no tray. They didn't give me no nothing, right? In fact, they turned the air conditioner up on me. Imagine being in a small cell, not even a cell, like a bathroom, with an air conditioner on full blast, and you just sitting there in your boxers, right? And they ain't get me, like, that's how they had me, in a slab of concrete in a metal toilet, right? So I'm sitting, they freeze me out, they starve me out. So third shift come on, they grab me on out of there, right? Now, understand, y'all, these guards talk to each other. Understand that they, you know, these people are friends. And just because you think that you got away with something on second shift, you don't think that they understand that they talk to each other and they had a surprise for me. So now, here I go. They dress me out and I get my clothes, right? So in Jackson Pike, okay, it's like two different tanks. You got the felony tanks and you got the misdemeanor tanks, right? They keep people separate. However, understand this though, all right? I want y'all to pay attention. Anybody in Columbus, Ohio, I really want y'all to pay attention. Just because you get put in a misdemeanor tank don't mean nothing. Don't think that it don't go down in the misdemeanor tanks, because it do, all right? Just like the felony tanks. But in the misdemeanor tank, it go down, right? So here I go. I caught a felony. I'm not gonna tell y'all what it was, but this ain't what the story is about. I caught a felony, so they put me on the felony floor, right? So as we coming through, I've noticed we passed the regular tanks, and we head into, you know, the gang module, the gang area, and all I'm hearing blood this, blood that, all this. I'm like, man, what the heck? So it's just, this dude had this light-skinned dude that had these tattoos. He banging on the glass like, hey, what that 5-star be like? What's that 5-star be like? And I'm like, man, these dudes tripping, right? So this one, I remember this guy. He was like, yeah, put him in here. We gonna get his head right. Right? So I'm like, man, I'm taking off on the first dude that approached me when I get up in this tank, right? But they didn't put me in there. So they put me in this, they opened the door and I walked in, right? And all you hear, blood this, blood that, right? 5-star this, 5-star that, right? So I get in there and this dude walked up to me. He was like, hey man, where you from? I'm from Michigan. He was like, oh, you bang? You bang? I said, no. He was like, you sure? I said, no, man, I don't bang. He like, oh, okay, man, what you in here for? I said, you know, I got caught doing this, A, B, C, D, you know how it is. He said, oh, okay. So I'm like, hey, any beds open back there? He like, man, you gonna have to fight for a bed. And I was like, oh, that's how y'all doing it? He said, yeah, I mean, you ain't affiliated, so I mean, yeah, you gonna have to fight for a bed. So what I was gonna be in there, I was gonna only be probably in the pipe for maybe, I don't know, if I plead, because, okay, so I got locked up on Thursday. I wasn't gonna see a judge the next day, and because they take 72 hours to process you, and plus it's the weekend also. So I got to thinking in my head like, okay, Friday, that's day one. They gonna skip Saturday and Sunday, so Monday, Tuesday. So 9 times out of 10, either Tuesday or Wednesday, I'm gonna see the judge to, go for arraignment or whatever. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, man, this ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work. Now, before we go on with the story, right? Hopefully there's some people here, some convicts from, Jackson Pike that's here. Hopefully there's some heartless felons that's in the comment section, and they'll let y'all know. Because a lot of these cats be talking about, oh, Dante capping, Dante this, Dante ain't been locked up. All my heartless felons associates out there in Columbus, Ohio, y'all tune in. Or any bloods that was locked up with me, y'all can tune in too, right? Let these people know that Dante will happen, all right? If I'm lying, call me out on it, right? So, this what happened. I walk into because this is how it's divided. When you go in there, it's the day room. You got the phones right here to the right. Right to the right of the phones, you got the TV, and then you got the open door right there to go in to the bunk beds at. And all the way to the back, directly to the back, is the toilet, and then to the right of the toilet is the shower. Boom. So I'm standing right there in the doorway, and everybody just looking. And I just hear blood, blood, and there's people just keep saying blood this, blood that, right? So this big dude that they call a 5, right? And anybody that's in the gang, y'all know what 5 means, right? So they call him Big 5. So Big 5 jump off his bunk like, hey, blood, hey, man, where you from, blood? Where you from, blood? I said, man, I'm from Michigan. He was like, yeah, but where you from? You bang? Let me put a pause right there. Let me just put a pause right there. Dante is not a gang member. I never bang. I have a lot of associates that are gang members, whether they Crips, Bloods, Gangster Disciples, Heartless Felons, and some other homegrown gangs that I'm not going to mention. And I know I'm going to get a lot of flack from these guys like, man, you could have shouted us out. No, because I'm not here to glorify gang activity. It's quite the opposite. But I'm like, to myself, like, man, these dudes irritate me. Now, this Big 5 was a really big dude. This dude was like, I don't know, 6'3", maybe 300, maybe about 300 pounds or whatever. But, he jumped off the rack like, hey, blood, where you from? And all this and that. And at this point, y'all, I was irritated. I was so irritated with this, like, all this blood, and all this, and where you from? And all I'm thinking is like, man, the next dude, I already had it in my head before Big 5 said something. I said, the next dude that asks me where I'm from and do I bang, I'm taking off on him. I'm just going to take off on him, and it's going to be what it's going to be, right? Unfortunately, Big 5 was the next one that said it. So Big 5, and like I said, what I'm about to say next, oh, Dante capping, he lied, and all this, and okay. It's a lot of bloods that know me out there in Columbus, Ohio, that was locked up, and they know. So, hopefully they're in the comment section, they'll put it out there. Big 5 said it. And I'm already irritated. And I said, mother effer, it don't matter where I'm from. I told y'all I don't bang. He said, what? So what I did not know, Big 5 had about 10 guys under him. Now in this blood module, right, it's about, let's just say it's 30 dudes up in here, right? About 30 guys. But everybody is not the same blood set, if that makes sense. It is different sets up in here. But they all blood at the end of the day, but they all is different sets. He had about 8 guys up under him. So when I said that, you just see these dudes like, man, what? What you say? What you say? What you say, blood? And I'm like, oh, okay. But I mean, I kind of expect this was going to happen anyway, but I'm like, man, it is what it is. So I'm like, man, what's up? So this dude like walked up, this older guy, this older blood was like, hey, y'all ain't about to pack him out. Y'all can get y'all one. Y'all can get y'all one. And they like, no, man, forget that, man, forget that. And I guess him and they crew done had a little friction before. So they had a little argument. He was like, no, there's some BS. There's some B, he said some, the BITCH and the SHIT, where he said there's some BS, right? Like, y'all ain't fit to jump this dude, man. So he was like, hey, you gonna fight? I said, hell yeah, I'm gonna fight. So I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I didn't want to fight Big Five. I'm gonna be real with y'all. Big Five looked like, Big Five was one of them dudes that you could tell that just been in the penitentiary all his life. Like, all he did was just work out and eat and fight. That's all Big Five is good for. It's working out, eating, fighting, and saying blood, right? So he was like, well, let one of your homies fight. Let one of your homies fight. So just so happened, I guess a new guy that got up in there that wasn't a gang member or whatever, he said, I'll do it. I'll take it. I'll take the fade. So me and him get to fighting. Dante get the whooping him. I'm talking about, I got the whooping him. Right? I put them, when I say I put them paws on him, I put them paws on this dude, right? I hit this dude so hard. When he hit the floor, next thing you know, I just felt all type of punches coming from all type of ways. Yeah, they jumped me. Right? It was maybe about 4 guys, but Big Five didn't jump in though. So next thing you know, they jumping me, and then next thing you know, these other guys like, oh, all right, chill out. So then they grab the guys and they stop, right? Now in Jackson Pike, they call it the tap out, right? So dudes was like, hey, do you want to get on the dough? You want to get on the dough? And I'm like, no, I'm straight. So they were like, you sure? You sure? And I'm like, yeah, I'm straight. So I was like, hey, man, y'all got a bed? They was like, oh, no, man, you want to fight for a bed. So this other guy was like, man, no, man, he already put his work in, man. He can get a bed or whatever, right? So about 2 hours later, you know, guys was coming up to me like, yeah, man, that was some real stuff you did. And yeah, that's you a real one for not tapping out and getting on the door. And I was like, man, ain't even about that. And so you see Big Five over there, he come over there, he was like, man, you sure you don't bang? I said, no, man. He was like, man, because the way you took that whooping, man, that was some real, right? I said, hey, man, hey. So he was like, all right. So about an hour later, my name get called, right? The deputies call my name over the speaker, and I go to the door, and they say, pack it up. So turns out my felony got dropped to a misdemeanor. So the guard that put me in, but the guard already knew that in processing, they just had me in that tank. So when I came to the door to roll it up to go to the misdemeanor tank, it was him, right? And he like, yeah, I told you. Yeah, we run this. That's the guard telling me. Like, yeah, you had that smart mouth. I see you got lumped up. Yeah, I got like 2 or 3 lumps on my head, but I mean, I was fighting 5 dudes. Before I ain't Thanos, Dante got squabble game, but you know, it ain't like I could beat 4 or 5 guys, but you know, Dante had a little lump here, a little lump there, but you know, it is what it is. So, you know, he took me out the tank and he put me in the misdemeanor tank, and well, that's it. Now, the point of me telling y'all this story right here is, number one, if you are not a part of a gang, don't join a gang. Okay, especially in your later years. Because now I get it. You know, you might be from a place, a broken home where your father ain't there and you ain't got no guidance and you looking for a family. But most of these guys that do this, you know, they don't have your best interest. If anybody out there that is willing to give you a gun or drugs or things that will put your life in danger, they don't care about you. And most likely, you know, a lot of these guys that in these gangs is really like the blind leading the blind. Now, I do get the family aspect. I do get it, you know, because like in Michigan, yeah, there's gangs here and stuff like that, but most of the time we hood banging. It's the neighborhood you grew up in, right? And just your friends and associates that y'all grew up with. But so I get the unity, I get the brotherhood, and I get all that. But at the same time, I've been seeing an alarming rate of guys that done survived in their teenage years, their 20s, and they in their 30s now, and they now gang banging. And that right there is like, yo, homie, you moving backwards. But nevertheless, y'all know my saying, I can't tell another man how to program. But anyway, for those that say, oh, Dante, this cap, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. Hey, it is what it is. Shout out to the Bloods on the east side of Columbus. Shout out to the Heartless Felons out there. Let me tell y'all something about the Heartless Felons too. And this ain't me doing favoritism or anything like that. But I met a lot of them guys in lockup. And despite what they say about them on the street, there's a lot of good dudes in that organization. It's a lot of good dudes that's a part of that Heartless Felon organization. And there's a lot of good dudes in all these organizations. I just think that, in my opinion, it needs to be structured better. And when I say structured, I mean, just like, okay, let's say a lot of these guys got a lot of power because they control a lot of guys. Instead of having them committing crimes, how about everybody go get a job, go work at a factory and put that money together to go buy rental properties and, you know, lawn care equipment, trucks and stuff like that, and get your lawn care services going. You know what I'm saying? Sending these young guys to trade school so they can learn how to do electricity, plumbing, all, you know what I'm saying? To be productive. But, you know, a lot of these gangs just need structure. A lot of these cats come from broken homes. A lot of these things is the blind leading the blind. And, you know, hopefully one day these gang members will come together and stop all these, you know, this violence and, you know, just come together and do good things, you know, build. You know, tell y'all something. The scriptures tells us, yeah, we about to do a little Bible study. Just hold on. The scriptures tells us that a man is either going to build or he going to destroy. Hold on, that mic just went over a lot of y'all heads right there. I said a man is either going to build or he's going to destroy. So when you look at your life and you say, what have I done? What have I done from the beginning of me knowing anything and me being responsible for myself? What have I done to contribute to society? And if you look back and see that all you have done was just commit crimes and, you know, mess people over and lie to people and dog people out, maybe you're on the wrong side. Maybe you need to start cleaning up your mess. Maybe you should, because I always tell y'all, just because you messed up and tore up and filed today, that don't mean you have to be messed up, tore up, and filed tomorrow. You understand? So with that, y'all, honestly, as human beings, we just have to do better. We just have to do better. And with that, y'all, this is the Donta Show Network, over and out. If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave a comment, hit the like button, and share the video. Until next time, take care. Yo, did I ever tell y'all about the time when they put me in a special needs dorm? Okay, I know y'all like, wait, hold on, Dante. What? You said special. Yeah. So let me explain to y'all. So back in, what was it, 2012? No, 2011, right? I could not stay out of the county jail. I just couldn't. It's like every, I kid y'all not, like either like, let's just say July, I go to jail. I'll be there for about 10 days, get out on the 10th. On the 15th, I'm back in jail. Get out. On the 30th, I'm back in jail. August 5th, I'm back in jail. I could not stay out of jail for nothing. Right? So how I used to program was this, like in the free world, because I just couldn't stay out of jail, y'all. So what I would do, I would wear like 3 pairs of socks. Like, I kid you not, y'all can ask my wife. I used to wear like 3 pairs of socks, 2 pairs of drawers, or sometimes 3 pairs of drawers, because I just knew I was going to jail, right? And for those that's wondering, like, yo, why was you wearing 2 pairs of drawers and 3 pairs of socks? Because when you in that, you first of all, you don't want to wear the drawers that they give you. You talking about thousands of men's done wore these drawers, thousands of men's that wore these socks, and a lot of times you just free balling if you don't come in there with no underwear anyway. But that's how I was doing it. And all you jail dudes, you jail dudes, y'all know what I mean when I say wearing 3 socks, 3 pairs. That's how I was living. I mean, I was just living like that, right? I was living bad. But anyway, so this was okay. So I ended up getting locked up, right? Me and this guy got into it over a lawnmower, right? This guy, I thought this guy stole my lawnmower, but he didn't. It looked just like my lawnmower. So I see this guy walking down the street. Now, somebody stole my lawnmower maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe about 2 weeks ago or whatever. And I see this dude walking down the street with the lawnmower. So I'm sitting in the living room, and I just see the dude walking down the street. I said, this mother effer, right? So I hurry up, throw my boots on. I run down. I'm like, hey, man, come here. Hey, come here. So he just kept walking. So I got up on him. I grabbed the lawnmower. He like, hey, what you doing? I said, man, give me my fucking lawnmower back, man. He was like, man, this ain't your lawnmower. This is my lawnmower. I said, hey, man, you stole my lawnmower a couple weeks ago, man. I should do something to you. So we just arguing back and forth, and he ain't budging, I ain't budging. Now, I'm going to be real with y'all. This dude, it was a big dude. It was like, do y'all know, like, back in the 90s, them strong crackheads that be like 6'4", about 270, but they got that raw strength? I could tell that he had that type of crackhead strength. Like, when I tried to grab the lawnmower from him, he grabbed it back, and I felt that power. Now, I'm going to be real with y'all. Now, I know a lot of y'all think that Dante is like The Rock, and I ain't never took an L, okay? Now, truth be told, I'm like Floyd Mayweather, right? I know what fights to pick, okay? Dante ain't 20-1 for nothing, okay? I knew who to, put that thing on pause, right? I knew who to press and get the message to Carstone and who not to. And this was one of the guys that I couldn't really push that line on because, yeah, and y'all know, people from the streets and from the hood, y'all know what I'm talking about. Every junkie ain't getting whooped out. You gonna mess around, and run across one of them junkies and get whooped out. And this would have been one of them times. So, I didn't really push it, but I pushed it enough, to get my point across. So anyway, we arguing, we snatching the lawnmower back and forth or whatever, right? So I'm like, man, forget all this. So I'm like, man, what you want to do? Now, I was bluffing at this time. I was bluffing, y'all. I had these pants on, these sweatpants, whatever, and I was acting like I was clutching, right? So y'all know what? Just imagine. Pause. I ain't talking about none of the men though, but this more for the ladies' reference. But just imagine, Dante with his right hand in his jogging pants and my sweatpants, and my left hand is like moving, like pointing at the guy. So I'm acting like I'm clutching, right? Like I got that thing on me. I ain't talking about the sword of justice. I'm talking about that other thing, right? But I was bluffing. So I'm like, hey man, if I pull it, I'm gonna use it. Don't make me pull this over no lawnmower. Now, as I'm saying this, now in this neighborhood that I lived in, right, my neighbors did not like me. They could not stand me. They didn't like me at all. And it was mainly my fault. I used to play loud music with my Yukon XL. I had to bang in the back and, with the 612s or whatever. And my neighbors, they didn't like me. But anyway, one of them called the police. And basically told them that I had a gun, and it was an altercation going on. Now, at this time, the Flint police, it was iffy. Either they was gonna be coming in the next 5 to 10 minutes, or they wasn't coming at all. It was a gamble at these times, just like in Detroit. And matter of fact, hey, listen, where are y'all listening, tuning in from? Let me know what city and state y'all are tuning in from, all right? And shout out to y'all city. But so somebody gonna call the police, right? So me and this dude arguing, I'm bluffing, I'm acting like I'm clutching, but I'm really not. And next thing you know, the police pull up, right? So when I see them pulling up, I instantly take my hands out of my pants, so you know what I'm saying, so they don't think that I'm clutching, right? Because somebody already called and said, oh, he got a gun and all this and that. So I instantly took my hands out of my pockets. White police jump out to how y'all know how they do it, the white police, But shout out, you know what? I'm gonna do a little side note. I'm gonna be real. Now, anybody in Detroit, Flint, Saginaw, in them areas, now we don't care about our local authorities. We don't care about the Flint police, Detroit police, or Saginaw police, right? Or Burton or Mount Morris cops. But you know who we do care about? When we see that light blue with the big red bulb on top. Now y'all like, Dante, what is that? That's the state police. Man, hey, man, yeah, y'all know. Shout out to the Michigan State Police. But anyway, so they jump out, right? White police. And y'all know how they do it. They done pulled out the tasers. Get down. Who got the gun? Who got the mother effing gun? Who got the gun? So, I done dropped down, put my hands out, spread eagle style, paws. And, they kicked my legs. They was searching me or whatever. And, I'm laid down on the ground. They got dude on the ground. We like, man, nobody got no gun. They like, somebody called and said that y'all got a gun. One of y'all got a gun. Well, ain't nobody got no gun, man. So they're like, well, what's going on? So they stood us up or whatever. And I'm like, man, this dude took my lawnmower. And he like, man, this is my lawnmower. So me and him just arguing back and forth about the lawnmower. But and hold up. I already know what y'all about to say. Oh, Dante violated the G code. He violated the G code. Why he tell the cops that whole boy took his lawnmower? Because when you right in the thick of things, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what are you gonna say? I know y'all gonna be like, oh, well, you could have just said ain't nothing going on, but it was already what it was right there. They already called the police, and and plus, like I said, I don't subscribe to that G code, man. That G code ain't even really real. To keep it real with y'all, name one person that y'all know. And don't even try to say, oh, I keep it G all, man. Ain't nobody always keeping it G always. Come on. And if anybody out there talking about they keep it G all the time, man, cut it out. But anyway, so long story short, they like, well, somebody going to jail. Right? So he like, so who lawnmower? I'm saying, all right, man, forget it. Never mind. Because 9 times out of 10, it was me going to jail because I always have warrants, right? So I'm now at this point, I done settled down. I'm like, man, just forget it, man. It's over. And they like, no, what's your name? Where your ID at? I ain't got no ID. So, they like, well, we ain't letting you go. We need to find out who you are and all. They done let homeboy go already because he done showed his ID. So they like, we need to find out who you are and all this and that. And I'm like, man. So I gave them my brother name. Turns out my brother had a warrant, right? So they like, oh, you got a warrant for suspended license. I said, what? They like, yeah, come on. Yeah. Turn around, put your hands behind your back. I'm like, no, man, I was just playing, man. My name's Dante. They like, no, now, we can hit you with giving the police officer false information, right? I said, man, yeah, man. They said, well, so what's your name? I said, my name's Dante, man. So they said, oh, you got a warrant too? I said, for what? They said, hey, you got tickets. Let's go. I'm like, oh, man. I told y'all back in 2000, I just could not stay out of the bean. I'm going to be real with you. I was a jailbird. I was. I was a jailbird. I wasn't a convict yet. I was a jailbird. Just, it is what it is. So I end up, getting down there, and I end up getting in the bullpen, right? Now I'm in the bullpen. It's like 7 people in there, right? Now, remember, y'all, I forgot to tell y'all, this was on a Saturday. So y'all know ain't nobody seeing the judge till Monday morning, or whatever. So I know I'm in here. I'm in here. I ain't going nowhere, so I might as well to get comfortable, right? So I'm in the bullpen, right? And then they call my name, right? So I go there and they said, all right, come on, let's go. So I was only in the bullpen for maybe an hour, and this is the first time I ever got, took it to the next stage that quick. So they put a white wristband on me, right? And I'm like, okay, I never, had the white wristband. What's that all about? I'm thinking, well, maybe I'm about to get released in maybe an hour or something, because I never had a white wristband. Matter of fact, and I've been out, I ain't been locked up for so long, I forgot what's the normal wristband colors. But whatever it is, they give me this white wristband, right? Now, usually when I get locked up, I'm on 4A, 4B, right? That's the gladiator tanks or whatever, gladiator pods or whatever. But they didn't. They put me, I forgot. Well, whatever, it was on the 5th level or whatever. And when I got off and I had my stuff, they put me in, and I knew something was off because I'm looking around and I'm like, man, why are so many gay dudes up in here? Right? Normally you would see maybe 1 or 2 here and there, but, it was like 7 of them. And then I've noticed a whole lot of them. So I go to my cell and one is sitting on the bed, and I'm like, oh, no, this ain't going to work. He like, what you mean this ain't gonna work? I said, nah, nothing, man. I just turned around and walked out, and I went down to the desk. I said, hey, then I really got to looking around. I said, hey, what is this? And he like, what you mean? I said, it's a whole bunch of gay guys up here. He was like, this is our alternative living floor, ain't you? I said, hey, no, no. I said, hold on, y'all made a mistake, man. Y'all got to get me up out of here, right? And all these gay guys coming out, they looking down, they on the top tier, they over there by the TV, they walking in the track, and they just looking, because I'm like spazzing out at this point. I'm like, yo, why would y'all put me in here? It was like, well, when you came in the reception, what did you tell them? I said, I ain't tell them nothing. I just told them, like, I ain't tell them nothing. They like, well, they got you here for a reason or whatever. What you in here for? I said, I'm in here for some tickets. They said, well, you didn't tell them that you was, like that? I said, heck, no, I ain't like that. Why would I tell them that? This is a mistake. And they said, what's your name? I said, Dante. They said, what's your last name? I told them, it was like, oh, your last name ain't Jones? I said, no, my last name ain't no Jones. They're like, oh, hold on. So he said, hold on, I'll be right back. Now, at this time, you got these gay guys looking at me, and they rolling their eyes, and I'm like, man, what the, right? So about 5 minutes later, come back, he like, oh, okay, yeah, we made a mistake, yeah. So, they was laughing at me, and the guards was laughing at me and stuff, and it was like, yeah, man, this would have been a crazy night for you, man, if you would have stayed up here. I said, man, no, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. So, they ended up taking me down to 4A, I believe. No, it's 4B. No, wait, hold on. Yeah, I was in 4A. I was in 4A. So I ended up going into 4A and settled in there. Ain't really nothing eventful happened, but yeah, I was just thinking about that time when they put me up in there. Now I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm gonna be real. Them guys that was in there, like, I really felt like I was in the terror dome for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, my anxiety was high. I was like, man, they got all these gay dudes up in here, man. But hey, but hey, listen, check this out. Of all things, stop committing crimes, do right. Let's do right in life, man, so you don't have to end up in situations like I was in, especially having to be up in a mistakenly. I mean, just think about that. If I actually had to spend a night, I probably would have never got out. I probably would have put hands on homeboy if he would have said the wrong thing to me. You know what I'm saying? And then now in hindsight, that I think about it right now, but I think they put me on there on purpose, man. I think them guards put me in there on purpose. Yeah, they did it. That wasn't no mistake. Yeah, they tried to get y'all, boy, man. But anyway, y'all do me a favor right quick. If you are watching this video and you are subscribed to my channel, unsubscribe and then subscribe back to the channel, because the reason why I say that is because YouTube is not sending out my notifications, right? If you did get my notification, cool, you ain't got to do anything. But if you are watching this video and you didn't get my notification and you subscribe to the channel, unsubscribe, subscribe back to the channel, hit the notification bell. Don't forget to hit the like button and leave a comment and share the video. It is highly appreciated. And with that, y'all know Dante love y'all. Be safe. I'm out.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Welcome to another episode of Donta's Storytime. Make sure y'all hit the like button, leave a comment, and share this video. Let's get to it. If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave a comment, hit the like button, and share the video. Until next time, take care. In prison, you meet all type of weird people. When I say weird people, I mean really weird people. So this Mexican short dude came in there, right? And I'm looking at him, I'm like, man, what's up with this guy, man? This dude looked so weird. He had a colostomy bag, and he just looked just really crazy, right? Dude was like maybe 5'4", 5'5" ish, right? And I'm looking at him, and he looked like they done put him through it. Like he probably was a dropout, or I don't know, because you could tell he was part of a gang or something, like maybe in the past or something, but I don't know, man. He just looked real weird and real crazy. And when I say crazy, like his face looked like really crazy. It was a weird looking dude, man. So, the only cell that was open was mine. So I'm like, oh man, they gonna put this weird dude up here. So Sure enough, he comes in, he goes right to my cell. So I instantly roll up on him. And I'm like, what's up, man? And he was like, "Be speak no English." And I'm looking at him, I'm like, nah, this ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work. And then he say, "Oh, no, I'm just playing. I speak English." I said, "Oh, okay." So I was like, "Well, you know the rules, man. You're gonna have to get on the top bunk, man, and you know, this your area right here, this my area." You know, me giving him the cell rules. I'm telling him like, "Yo, when you pee, you gotta sit down. It ain't because no power thing, but it's because, you know, when you pee, it could come out of the toilet bowl and be all over the floor." He said, okay. And I was like, basically, to be in this cell with me, you know, whatever you get on commissary, I'm gonna need half of it. He was like, why is that? And I was like, well, protection, really, because you in the cell with me, ain't nobody gonna do nothing to you or try to push up on you. So, you know, it's a tax to be in the cell with me or whatever. So he said, okay, I can do that. I got some money, I can do that. I said, man, what you in here for, man? And what's up with the bag? So when I was saying what's up with the bag, I was referring to the colostomy bag, right? So he was like, well, my ex-wife, she cut it off. I said, what? He said, yeah, my ex-wife cut it off. I said, man, what happened in that situation, right? So this is how the story went. So he said he was working at, I guess he did some time back in the day, like 2 years in prison or something like that for drugs or something. And he said when he got locked up, you know, his homeboys, his gang or whatever, was messing around with his girl, with his ex-wife or whatever. So he said, you know, people was writing him, telling him like, yeah, she cheating on you and all this stuff. So he said one day he actually called her phone and she picked it up. But then one of his homeboys grabbed the phone and was like, yo, hey, I'm with her now, and you know, you can stop calling. So he got upset and whatever, and he just said he gonna get his get back. Now he only had to do 2 years. So he ended up getting released or whatever, and he showed up at the doorstep, right? And when he showed up at the doorstep, his ex-homeboy that, you know, took over his girl, he was there, right? And he opened the door, and the homeboy put hands on him, right? And he couldn't beat him. So, you know, not only that he got his girl taken, but he just got beat up also. So he said he was going to get his revenge and all this and that. So he said, like, he went to go get a gun or whatever, but when he got to the house, he said, no, I'm just going to leave it alone. So maybe about a week later, his ex-girl ended up getting in contact with him, talking about, yeah, I was wrong for what I did. I was lonely. This guy, he a piece of crap, and I don't want to, you know, it was hard for me when he was locked up, and, you know, I'm sorry that this happened. I'm sorry that he beat you up and all this type of stuff. So she said, can we get back together? So I guess he was like, yeah, we can get back together, man. I should never got locked up. That was all on me, you know, sucker type dude, right? So, you know, he come, I guess they was cool for maybe about 2 or 3 months, but the money wasn't coming in at all. So he said he ended up getting a truck driving job or whatever. You know, he got his CDLs, and took him about a month or 2 to get that through the training class. So he said eventually, you know, he got on the road. You know, he had to get trained for like 3 or 4 months, you know, with an instructor or whatever. So he said as he was gone, like the first maybe 2 weeks when he was first gone, you know, him and his girl was always on the phone. They always was kicking it. They always was talking, and you know, he had the Bluetooth headset, you know, because y'all know as a truck driver, you cannot, if you get caught holding that phone, man, hey, you finna get a crazy ticket for distracted driving. But anyway, so he talking to her, so he noticed like a couple days later after that, she ain't answering the phone really. She getting off. It's like every time like 9 o'clock comes, she always getting off the phone with him. So now he getting real suspicious to the point that he just like losing his mind. So, you know, he go ahead and stick it out for 2 more weeks on the road. Then he get a break, right, for 3 days. So we get back home, don't nothing really seem out the ordinary, right? So he end up, you know, asking her like, yo, what's been going on lately? Like, why you been acting like that or whatever? And she was like, oh no, I'm just going through something, and you know, I'm starting to miss you again. And he tell her like, well, you know, I'm doing this for us. I'm trying to, you know, make our life living situation way better, whatever. So she like, yeah, I know, but no, you ain't got to worry about nothing. So they end up messing around, and you know, so after they get done messing around, she gets up and she go get in the shower, right? And he just laying there. So, you know, he moving his feet because right now he laying on his side and he like kicking his feet. And he didn't take his clothes off in the bed, but there was some clothes in the bed. So he kicked it in, you know, he pulled the cover back and there's some drawers right there. And he looking at these drawers like, man, no, these ain't mine. These drawers is like super small. Like, and we ain't got no kids or nephews or nothing that'll be here. And why would they drawers be in my bed? So we looking at him, he like, man, these ain't my drawers. So he get up and he go right in there in the bathroom, open the door, and pull back the shower curtain like, man, who drawers is these, man? Who drawers is these? And she like, I don't know them. I don't know who drawers those is. He like, man, you cheating on me. You cheating on me. So they arguing back and forth. And so she just finally admitted. She like, okay, yeah, I got lonely. And plus, you know, your sex game ain't right. It ain't right, man. You don't satisfy me. And he like, what? What you mean I don't satisfy? And he get the coughing or whatever. And she was like he got the coughing hysterically, like he was having an asthma attack or whatever. So, you know, she got out the shower and she was like, you know what? I hope you do die. I hope you do die, because you just ain't nothing. You worthless. And yeah, I cheated on you. I cheated. You know, you went to prison for 2 years. You left me out here. Then you go get on a road. He said, I was trying to take care of you. And she was like, I don't care. I don't care. So he leave the house, right? And he go get drunk. So he said, you know, back in the day, he had a heroin addiction or whatever. So, you know, he go and go cop him a score. You know, he hitting it. Next thing you know, there's a person out there, like this woman that's a known prostitute or whatever. And I think she had, word was around the city that she had HIV or hepatitis, I believe. One of them, HIV or hepatitis, something like that, or whatever. But yeah, so he ended up copying him some heroin, and you know, he ended up getting her. His money really wasn't right, but he wasn't tripping. You know, he got him a cheap motel or whatever, and he just said, YOLO, you know, you only live once. So he ended up messing around with it, right? So, you know, he get high and he ended up messing with the chick. He ended up ODing or whatever. Yeah, real crazy story, y'all. Real crazy. So he said that he woke up in a hospital and he had all these tools in his body, and he said he was just sitting there thinking like, man, you know what? Yeah, I'ma just leave girl alone, man. She done made me just, I almost took myself out, man. Chasing after this chick, man. Man. So, long story short, he ended up getting out the hospital, and she ended up seeing him at the grocery store, and she like, how you been? And this ain't nothing but like 2 months later. And he's like, I've been all right. And she was like, oh, okay. And then she was like, you seeing anybody? And he was like, no, not really. I'm not seeing nobody. And she was like, oh, okay. Well, what you doing later on? And he was like, nothing really. I'm just getting me some groceries and nothing. What she like, so where you staying at? He's like, well, I'm over there. I'm living in this, this hotel around the corner. And she was like, that hotel? He was like, yeah. She was like, oh, that's a bad hotel. He said, yeah, it is. She was like, well, won't you come by? Won't you come by tonight so we can talk? And he was like, oh, okay. So later on that day, he ended up going over to her house. So they talking, and she like, listen, I'm sorry for all the things I put you through and what I did to you. I'm sorry. I just been sitting here thinking about all the good times that we had, and I done been with all these different guys, and I noticed that I really in love with you. So he was like, oh, for real? She like, yeah. So they end up messing around. They end up doing it, right? Doing our adult activities. So after that, it's all good. So, everything somewhat went back to normal, if you call their relationship normal. So about 2 days in, right, he hear her on the phone, and she like, well, I'm gonna take care of it. And then he's like, who was that on the phone? Because she has a history of cheating on this guy. And she was like, well, that was the landlord, and I'm 2 months behind. And he like, well, why you ain't say anything? And she was like, I don't know. We just kind of reconnected, and I didn't want to put that on you. So he was like, okay. How much you behind? And she was like, $2,100. And he was like, okay. So he ended up giving her the money, right? So he ended up going somewhere. I think he said he went to the library or something to put in some job applications, because when he OD'd or whatever, he got fired from his job or whatever, being a truck driver. So he went to the library for about 4 hours. Then he come back to the crib, and he hear an argument in the house. So he's listening, and it's a male voice. So he opened the door, and he like, man, hey, what's going on? And she was like, I'm so sorry. And she was saying, I'm so sorry to the other guy. And he like, hey, man, you can go and get up out of here. It's a black dude. So, so this black dude, like 6'2", 250, right? Prison type dude. And, this guy, the Mexican dude, ain't nothing but like 5'5", 5'4", like 140, 150. So he confused. He like, man, what? So she like, listen, I'm sorry, but this is my man right here. She was talking about the black guy. This is my man, and he just got out of the joint. He been in and out, and I thought man, it was over with, but he's here now. So the Mexican guy, he looking at him like, man, I ain't about to fight with this big dude, this big black dude, man. This dude will destroy me in this house. So the black dude like, hey, man, you can bounce, you can roll right now. You can get up out of here right now. So, dude tucked his tail and left, right? And then as he was walking down the street, the black dude came to the door and yelled out like, hey, cuz, thanks for paying that rent too. And oh, so he sat there like, oh man, this girl played me again. She played me again. Oh, y'all gotta excuse me, man. Y'all gotta excuse me for laughing. The reason why I'm laughing is because, like, this dude just can't catch a break. And dude, the little short Mexican dude can't catch a break. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's karma. Maybe it's karma because I guess when he was growing up, he was selling drugs and stuff in his community, you know. So maybe that's just his karma of all the families that he hurt or whatever. But anyway, I guess what goes around comes around, right? So, you know, he's sitting there, he just stewing. He had this ran down hotel. He like, man, this she done got me for $2,100, and this black dude, I can't beat the black dude. I ain't gonna get no gun and try to do, because I don't want to go back to prison, because, you know, I'm just not built for that. So I'm just gonna sit here and just, man, I'm done. So what he do? He go score him another pack of that dog food, right? And he end up ODing again. Wake up in the hospital, right? So now he's sitting there, you know, I guess he had like an out-of-body experience or whatever. And I guess he had a clarification that he gonna get his life together or whatever, right? So next thing you know, he get out. He say, you know what? I'm just gonna do me, man. I'm gonna get my spirituality on. I'm gonna start working out. I'm gonna try to do better in life, whatever. So he get a membership at the YMCA, and he eating better. He leaving them drugs alone. So he doing good for about a good 3 months. So now he back at the grocery store again, and guess who he see? The chick. And she sees him, and he look at her, and she look at him, and she like, hey, how you doing? And he like, I'm doing good. And she was like, hey, I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for what happened, but I'm not with that guy no more. You know, he was a real piece of crap, man. He went back to prison, and you know, I just wanted to tell you I'm sorry for all the things that I did to you, whatever. He was like, well, you know, I still got love for you, and I know that, you know, you had nothing to do with that, but it's all good. And she was like, well, you know, I'm really not seeing nobody no more. I'm not. And you know, are you talking to anybody? He was like, no, I'm not. I'm just chilling. I'm just, you know, doing me, and, you know, trying to get better in life. And, you know, they just found out that I'm dying from this illness or whatever, this hereditary illness or whatever. But, you know, I'm just trying to make the best of life right now. So she said, well, how much time you got? He like, well, the doctor gave me 2 years to live, but, you know, they say I could really, I just be fatigued all the time, and I just lay up in the bed, and you know, I be hurt, and I be in so much pain. And, you know, she was like, oh, okay, well, do you want to, like, you know, try to rekindle what we had? He was like, no, I really don't, because, you know, you really hurt me with that black guy. You know that you being with that black guy, that it really hurt me. It hurt me. I mean, it really hurt me. And she was like, yeah. And then he was like, I mean, why you couldn't, I mean, yeah, a black guy, but at the same time, you couldn't be with somebody of your own race, you know? And she was like, what do that supposed to mean? He was like, no, I'm just saying, never mind. So she was like, oh, well, okay, but, you know, we passed all that. He's like, yeah, I know. So next thing you know, she was like, well, you could come over to the house today. Come over to the house, and, you know, we could talk about it. So he said, okay. We gonna fast forward 2 months later. She's back to her old tricks. He ain't satisfying her. Matter of fact, because this condition that he got, he's like a burden to her, a huge burden. Like, and this woman got needs. She needs to be satisfied, and he can't do it. He ain't performing right because of his, terminal illness. He really dying, and he just be tired all the time. So, he decides that, well, I know she cheating again. I know it, but I can't prove it. But so he starts secretly, hitting that dog food again. Right? Y'all know what that is. So he ended up sleeping with somebody. He ended up, because he tried to go talk to women, but they looking at him like, ew, get away from me. You like a spit. You like a, ugh. You ain't the pick of the crop at all. So he just went to start messing with prostitutes again or whatever, because that's all he could. He was paying for love, because not no normal woman wanted to sleep with him. So, he was mad at the world, and he started sleeping with the chick again that had the HIV or the, what was that? Hepatitis or whatever. And next thing you know, he started getting more sicker and sicker. So one day, the chick, right? The chick he been staying with, that been playing him for all these years, his dumb tail kept coming back to, she ended up going to the clinic, and she ended up catching something. Now, I don't know if the guys that she was cheating with gave her this, or maybe this Mexican dude that she with is the one that gave it to it. I don't know. I'm not in a bedroom. But she's mad. She's really mad. So she comes home, and they get to arguing. And she like, you gave me A, B, C, and D. He like, you lying. And she ended up putting hands on him. Now, at this time, y'all, this dude is like withering away. Like, he's really sick. And she just putting the dogs on him, like beating him up, like dogging him out. There ain't nothing he can really do about it. So now, he admits, he said, yeah, I cheated on you, yeah, with prostitutes and all this and that, and yeah, I may have gave it to you, but you been cheating on me, and you been doing me bold out here, and all this and that, right? So next thing you know, she like, all right, I got you. Now, what I forgot to tell y'all is that this dude is a creepy dude. He like to sleep in the nude, right? He like the free ball with no clothes on, right? So he sleep like that, and because of his condition, he be hot 1 minute, cold 1 minute. So, he sleep with the covers off. So it had to been around 3 o'clock in the morning, right? She comes in the room, because they don't sleep in the same bed. They don't sleep in the same room. But he sleep, and he's laying on his back. Y'all know, like them, what is that called? Not wire cutters, but them, they look like real big scissors, right? When you be like chopping branches or whatever, like this picture some real big scissors, right? So she end up like putting it up, like one part up under, his thing, and ching ching, she cut his little thing off. So he wake up screaming, he wake up hollering, yeah, she took his little Jimmy Hoffa off, y'all. And he screaming, she said, yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get. He just running around the room, holding himself, he bleeding out. He called the police, help me. He passed out, right? So they end up, arresting her. I think her charge was malicious wounding or something, and she ended up getting like 8 years or something. So now he out there, he bitter now. He bitter. I mean, I'll be bitter too if my manhood got, actually when you think about it, this woman done cheated on him many times, left him for a black dude, and because a lot of them like Mexican type dudes that be in gangs, they be like racist towards like black people anyway. So I mean, that was like a double whammy. Like, you gonna cheat on me with this black dude? You got it where, she done put his manhood on Front Street, told him that he couldn't satisfy no more, and he done OD'd twice already, ended up in the hospital, messed with the prostitutes, all of that, right? So, the kicker, he got his little pecker cut off. So talk about a man that just, with all these trials and tribulations, god dang. So, after they couldn't save his little thing, so I guess he like a eunuch now, or in a way, whatever. So after he healed up or whatever, he just sitting at the hotel, man. He's sitting at the hotel. He got a fifth of hen dog, right? A fifth of Hennessy, and he got a bag of that, that dog food, and he just sitting there, man. And he like, what? Yeah, I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end it all. I'm just gonna end it all. So he's drinking, and he hit the dog food. Now he's completely out of his mind, y'all. Completely out of his mind. So what he don't know is he stripped naked. He stripped butt, booty naked. And now it's like maybe 12 o'clock, y'all. 12 o'clock in the afternoon. And he's walking outside. Now, where he ended up was at a school, an elementary school. So he's walking, and these kids can see him. So put two and two together, y'all. This is how he ended up in prison. This is how he ended up in the cell with Donta. So I'm like, dang, dog. I said, that's a wild story. Like, I said, so you ain't got nothing down there? He said, you want to see? I said, oh, no, I'll take your word for it. So I said, but look, check this out, bruh. This colostomy bag thing, that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen, G. He's like, what you mean? I said, look, you straight and what all, but I feel bad for what happened to you in life, but that smell, I ain't going for it, G. You got to get out of here, dog. He like, well, it ain't no other cells. I said, well, I don't know what to tell you, but you got to go. So he was like, oh, all right, I've been in prison before. I know what to say. I said, all right. So he packed up and he left. Let me tell y'all something. There's some people, sometimes you got to be thankful for your life, man. Sometimes, people get in situations because they're looking for love in all the wrong places like he did. He couldn't shake this chick, man. Do I blame this chick for his downfall in life? No, because he's supposed to be a man. He's supposed to be a man about it and move on, be strong. But I guess he just couldn't shake that girl. But later on in the bed, I found out the dude was a racist anyway towards black people anyway. And I see where it stemmed from, where where his girl messing with the black dude, whatever. So I see where it stems from. So I get it. I get why he racist, whatever, towards black people. But it is what it is. But yeah. The point of me telling y'all this story is that if you are in a relationship with somebody that you do not supposed to be with, and all them signs is there, and don't let it get to a point where you get your thing cut off and ending up in prison with Dante. And with that, y'all, if y'all forgot to hit the like button, hit that like button. Make sure y'all share this video, leave a comment. If you is watching this video and you didn't get the notification and you subscribe, unsubscribe to the channel, subscribe back to the channel, hit the notification. And with that, y'all, I'm out.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Welcome to another episode of Donta's Storytime. Make sure y'all hit the like button, leave a comment, and share this video. Let's get to it. So I end up working myself down to a level 3 because I came from a level 5 max. Now, for those that don't know what I'm talking about, a level 1 is like the easiest thing, like a camp. Level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. Level 5 is like a maximum straight lockdown super max prison, right? I done worked myself down to a level 3. So it wouldn't take but maybe 2 months of me being in this level 3 that I fell off into some more BS. Now, let me set the scene for y'all. Now, there was an organization that I did contracts with not too long ago, about a couple months prior, whatever. So they knew my reputation and they knew what I specialized in. So I'm not going to put the organization out there, but, they are a well-known organization, highly respected, right? So, one of their representatives came to me. They knocked on my cell door and was like, hey, Dante, can I holler at you right quick? I said, what's up? He said, well, it's kind of personal. Can I step in? I said, yeah, come on through. So he came in and he was like, listen, man, we did business in the prior past and we need your assistance. I'm like, what is it? Now, me and this organization, we had a good rapport. And I knew they only would contract to me if it was something serious. So I'm like, what's up? He's like, listen, we need something done, but we can't do it. And it cannot come from us. So I'm like, all right, give me the details. So he said, like, okay, look, a certain somebody is about to hit the compound. We don't know exactly where he's going. We don't know exactly where he's been moved to, but he's going to hit this compound tomorrow. So when he hit, we need for you to take care of that, you and your crew. I'm like, so what's the 411 on this guy? And he's like, yo, he's a rat. He's a snitch. And the information that he got, he got a lot of our homeboys taken down, and he's still running his mouth. So I'm like, okay, all right. So I said, you know what it's going to cost you, right? And he was like, man, whatever you need, man, we got you. Whatever you need, we got you for life. So I said, I say less. Now, we're going to put a pause right there. Now, this was back when I was young and very dumb, all right? All that no snitching policy and all that, man, that's for the birds. All these dudes out here telling, all these dudes out here snitching. It ain't no honor amongst thieves. It ain't no honor amongst convicts and fellas. I'm going to tell you all that right now, okay? A lot of these cats that y'all think you just stomp down and just show thoroughbred, nah, it's a reason why these criminals they make these no snitching policies only to protect the main boss, right? But the main boss, if he get in the jam for real, he go tell on you. Just look at the news. But anyway, let's get back to the story. Oh, also, if you watching this video and you didn't get the notification and you subscribe to the channel, unsubscribe to the channel, subscribe back to the channel, hit the notification button, because YouTube changed its algorithm and it threw me out the algorithm. So I need for y'all to do y'all part and get resubscribe back to the channel. And oh yeah, don't forget to hit the like button. So I'm like, okay. So old boy come, he give me the profile. So I'm looking at this guy and I'm like, okay, this dude don't really look nothing, right? So I summoned my crew up, Al, Tar T, Homicide, DK, Rambo, the normal crew. And I said, all right, y'all, listen. We got to take care of some business. And the business is gonna be tomorrow. So, y'all get ready. So they're like, what we gonna do? Like, we about to run down on somebody, shake somebody down, get some little extortion. What we doing? I said, you know what? I don't know. Now listen, y'all. listen. I'm usually GQ, right? I'm usually on top of on what the Muslims say. I'm usually on top of my deen, right? But I didn't even know what I was supposed to be doing. In my head, we supposed to be going over there and putting that blade on them. But then again, I didn't even ask how far they want me to go. But I don't know. Do they want us to beat them up, scare them? I don't know what they want us to do. So I said, hold on, y'all, give me a minute. Everybody posted up under the staircase, right? So I dip off and I go to the organization, the representative guy. I'm like, hey, let me holler at you. He said, what's up, Dante? No, he called me D-Tay. What's up, D-Tay? I said, with that business tomorrow, what do you want me to do? He said, I need for you to handle that. I said, yeah, I know, but like, how do you want me to handle it? Do you want his life? Do you want him to be cut, scared? What do you like? What do you want? The fear of God put in him? What is it? He said, oh, dang, I didn't even, hold on, give me a minute. I said, all right. See, even at that point, he didn't even get words, because I know what some of y'all think. Y'all like, come on, Dante, how you not gonna know? No, let me tell y'all something, because in prison, you gotta double check, triple check, right? Because this could be somebody in that organization family, right? That they just want a message done to them, and not take their life. They probably just want us to go in there and go jump on, beat them up, slap them up a little bit, put the fear of God in them and tell them to run in his mouth, right? Now, we would have went in there with them knives out, with that iron, right? And we got to put in that work on them. Then that would have been an issue with me and my crew, because they're like, yo, why did you do that? Why did you do that? Why did y'all take his, take him up out of here like that? So I had to get that confirmation, because, things always go really weird in prison, right? Now, he comes back about 15 minutes later. He said, nah, we need for y'all, like, do him bad, like, real bad. Like, don't take his life, but beat him bad, right? Beat him bad. So I'm like, all right, because on the real, my homeboy Homicide, he was on that. Homicide couldn't wait to take. Hey, anybody that know Homicide in real life out there in Georgia, y'all know who he is. Y'all know he should not be out right now. If Homicide, I had to cut ties with Homicide. I'm gonna tell y'all about that in another story. But Homicide was always ready to catch a body, front lining, right? So I go back, I say, all right, y'all, look, this we gonna do. We ain't gonna, take him up out of here, take him to the upper room. We ain't gonna set that appointment up with God yet, right? But what we gonna do, we gonna go in, when he get in here, right, we gonna beat him down. I'm gonna pull out that iron, I'm gonna put it at him like, hey, keep your mouth closed. And, I'm gonna act like I'm gonna grab his tongue and act like I'm gonna, get that Jason Voorhees on, but I'm not gonna do it. We just gonna put the fear of God in him. They're like, I bet. And I said, hey, listen, before everybody walked up, I said, listen, none of y'all, and I'm looking right at Homicide at this time, I said, none of y'all better not get high tonight, right? Because the last time some of y'all got high, we have to go on a mission, it got real ugly, right? I said, don't nobody get high, don't nobody drink tonight, right? And don't nobody, under no circumstances, bring that iron, right? Like, all right, man, we got you, D, we got you. So we gonna fast forward to the next day. So dude come in, right? And the crazy thing, they put him in the next pod right next door to us. So word came through the pipeline, it's a go. It's a go. All lights green, go. So we mob over there, right? The guards see us come through. They already know what time it is. They hit the button. We walk through the door. Other inmates see, when we come, I ain't gonna say what they used to call us back then. That ain't none of y'all business. But we was them guys. And if you see us coming, you better hope and pray that we ain't coming to step to you, or we ain't, because when we come like that, it's something about to happen. And it's gonna be physical. It ain't no talking, because I mean you could have sent one guy to go talk to you, give you that warning. But no, when you see us coming like that, it ain't, something about to pop, and you better hope that you ain't the recipient of what's about to happen. So you got guys, looking, bagging up. You got dudes over there in the corner with their hands together, when they praying, dudes praying with their hands together. Yo, I'm just playing on that part. But everybody, hey, y'all hit the like button and chill out, man. It's my story. I can tell it the way I want to tell it. Chill out before I push that blade on one of you cats. Anyway, so you got dudes over there, right? So I see the cell that he in B13, right? So we run up in there, right? He like, hey, what's going on? What's going on? We just instantly put the dogs on. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, he trying to scream, help, help. Tall T, y'all know how Tall T is. He done grabs him by his mouth. And have y'all ever tried to jump somebody and there's too many of y'all, and y'all trying to kick the guy, punch on the guy, but y'all really can't hit him because it's too many bodies right here? So that's what was going on. Tall T, so they ain't tall. But anyway, we putting it on him. We putting on. So he like, man, stop, please, stop, don't take my life, don't take my life. And I'm like, shut up. So then I pull that iron out, right? Now my blood pumping at this time because I'm trying to get close up to his dang mouth, but he keep on moving. So I grab him. Have y'all ever grabbed somebody by the mouth, by their cheeks or whatever? Pause. So I grab him by his cheek, close his two cheeks together, and it's like when you try to make a kid spit out some food or something. That's what I kept doing, but he kept turning his face, and my hands were getting sweaty, right? So then I finally got him the way I wanted to get him. And I said, you keep on snitching, you keep on running your mouth, this was gonna happen, right? So I cut him on his cheek just a little bit, not too deep, but I cut him just a little bit, right? So then I said, yeah. So then I said, all right, y'all, we out, right? Now, as we leaving out, homicide stays. And this is what this thumbnail is all about. This is what this title is all about. This is what this whole description is all about. Homicide stays. This story right here I created like a side pocket on the Donta Show Network, titled and called The Terror Dome. Now we are about to enter the Terror Dome. And what's the Terror Dome is, do you might ask? The Terror Dome is Mad Max, Escape from LA, Judge Dredd, Part 1 and 2. This is the end of the world scenarios that plays out that we see on these movies. The post-apocalyptic world that we live in. Where the world is going to back crazy, the S word, right? When civilization has failed us and all these mutants and goblins and demons show up on the earth. Now we are in the Terror Dome. So all of us leave, right? Acknowledge the guard. He popped the door. We go back. I do a head count. There's one person that is missing, and the wrong person that is missing. Homicide. Homicide ain't with us, y'all. Homicide stayed back. And the only thing I could think of is, now, I didn't realize after the head count, maybe 5 minutes, that we was already back in our dome, because it took a minute to get over there, right? I said, homicide is still there. So I told Al, come on, let's go. So we going back, and it takes about 5 minutes to get back over there. But halfway through there, the 3-minute mark of getting through the fourth door to get over there, here come homicide, right? Now, I smell, now prison have all type of weird smells, right? All type of weird smells, but this smell was really weird. It was off. It was so off, it smelled like, crap, dog crap, poo-poo, right? So I'm like, what the? So I'm like, all right, man. So homicide like, come on, y'all, let's go. So I'm like, what happened, man? What happened? He like, man, no, I don't want to talk about it. I just took care of business. I said, homicide. What did you do? He said, man, I ain't do nothing, man, but I got the point. I got the point across, man. Come on. So it didn't dawn on me yet what he did. And I know a lot of y'all wondering, like, man, what did he do? I'm about to tell y'all, hold on, chill out. So we get back to the dorm, and he instantly go to a cell, and he go jump in the shower. So Tar T and Al was like, hey, Dante, man, you don't think he, violate, and when I say violate, y'all know what I mean. Y'all been watching my show for a long time. You don't think that he super violated him, do you? I said, no, man, homicide ain't like that. I hope not. I hope he just didn't just wake up this morning and just said, yo, I'm about to be about that. So I'm like, no, I don't think so. So I said, I'm going to holler at him when we get out because, we don't do that. We don't condone no homosexuality activity. That's why we had to get J-Rock up out the crew. Well, J-Rock took himself out the crew. But, yeah, anyway, so homicide get out the shower, and I roll up on him after he get dressed. I said, hey, man, what happened back there? He like, what you mean? I said, you stayed back. Like, what did you do? He said, oh, man, I see what this look like. You thinking, no, come on, D-Tay, you know me. Come on, bro, you know me. I said, well, what you do? He said, man, on the real, I had to take a I said, what? He said, I had to take a I said, he said, man, I had to go. And I said, oh, that's it? He said, yeah. I said, oh, okay. Oh, I guess that makes sense. It didn't dawn on me what he really did, y'all. Never, look, I've been on this earth, well, at that time, I've been on this earth for 26 years. Never in my life, never. I mean, I done seen some foul things. I done heard foul things. I done seen things that would make Jason Voorhees, Freddy Krueger, and Michael Myers blush. Okay. Never in a million years would I would have expected to come to the knowledge of what homicide did to this man in that cell. Y'all ready? Well, I'm going to let the leader of the organization tell y'all. 3 hours later, they come down there. It's about 10 of them. And they come in with the commissary bags, right? They got 5 bags of commissary, chips, ramen noodles, honey buns, candy, summer sausages. Y'all know my favorite, Mountain Dews, right? 5 big old bags. That's my payment, right? So I'm divvying it up amongst the homies, right? And the leader of this organization pulled me to the side like, man, D-Tay, man, y'all, wow, man, y'all, hey, man, what's up with y'all, man? You think y'all took that a little bit too far? And he was joking when he said that, right? I said, nah, man, the job got done, right? He said, yeah, but man, y'all sick. And when he said that, I'm just thinking like, what do you mean we sick? We ain't do nothing out of the ordinary. Pants got laid on him. I cut him a little bit on his cheek to let him know. He was like, man, y'all taking, oh man, y'all some dogs. I said, what? Why you keep saying that like that? He said, nah, yeah, but good job, man, good job, good looking out. Then he walked off, right? Then the rumor started. They say, you know how guys is. They be whispering and don't really want to say, out loud because they don't want to talk too loud about it because don't nobody really supposed to be in people's business. But Al come to me, Al like, hey, man, You hear what's going on? I said, what's up? He's like, man, they said that, after we took care of that business, homicide, put in his mouth. I said, well, excuse me? He said, yeah. Word is, homicide took a dump in homeboy mouth. Then it hit me, y'all. Yeah. I know, y'all. Welcome to the Terror Dome. I don't know if y'all realize, we are in the Terror Dome for real. I said, nah, no, then I thought about it. I had a flashback. I said, he did stay back. He did say he had to take a dump. But I didn't know that he did that. If you enjoyed this story time, make sure you leave a comment, hit the like button, and share the video. Until next time, take care.